6:15. Uh, and we're having a public hearing today on 2, 4, 6, 8 items. I will read those for the record. The first one is an ordinance annexing into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet roadway and associated right-of-way on East Division Street from the existing city limits at the northeastern property corner of the parcel 7267 to the point approximately of 9,300 linear feet east along East Division Street, being located within the city's urban growth boundary, and approve the plan of services. The second one is an ordinance to rezone the property located at 43 East Caldwell Street, approximately 0.57 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 3, from RS40 to CTC. An ordinance to rezone the property located at 3336 North Mount Juliet Road, approximately 1.37 acres, map 54, parcel 179.01, from RS40 to CTC. The next item is an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as Sutton, located on Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47, 47.01, 48, and 49 on map 77, parcels 10.01, 11.01, 12.02, from mixed use to mixed use high density residential. The next item is an ordinance to rezone approximately 73.96 acres of property known as the Sutton, located at Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47.47.01, 48 and 49, map 77, parcel 10.02, 11.01, and 12.02, from OPS PUD, OPS, and RM40 to CMU PUD and RS10 PUD, and adopt the preliminary master development plan for the mixed-use development. The next item is an ordinance to rezone the property at 47B Caldwell Street, approximately 1.2 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 5 and 6, from RS40 to CTC. The next is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget ordinance 2025-35 to appropriate funds for the Town Center Trail Phase 3 and Lebanon Road Sidewalks Phase 3 projects that were recently awarded additional grant fundings. The last one is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget ordinance 2025/35 to transfer funds from the police department to the executive department. The public is invited to comment. If you have comments on any of these 8 items, I would ask you to come forward, give your name and address for the record here at the podium. If you have comments on other items, we'll have citizen comments as part of the regular meeting. But as of now, the floor is open for citizen comments on these 8 items. All right, seeing none, we will close this public hearing and we'll reconvene for our regular meeting at 6:30. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Mount Juliet Board of Commissioners. Today is October 27th, and I'll call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. We do have all 5 officials here, so we do have a quorum present, so we can conduct our city business. So with that, I'll just say my name is James Maness, Mount Juliet Mayor, and I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the meeting. We'll be conducting the meeting here following our agenda. We may do some changes to the agenda, but if you don't have one, they're set back there in the wire baskets. If you'd like to follow along with what we do tonight, we have a 279-page packet to go through, 10 items on unfinished business, and 14 items under new business. But before we get into setting the agenda, I have some proposed changes for the board. Item number 8D there's a deferral requested on it. I don't think it was published on there, so I don't think we have any action to do. But just to note that. So it's under consent right now. An ordinance to rezone the property located at 2030 North Mount Juliet Road, approximately 1.37 acres. That's requesting a deferral, so I'd like to remove that from the agenda if there's no objections. All right, that one is moved. We also have a second item that needs to be added, and I propose we add this to consent. This is the memorandum from the state that is a resolution and memorandum of the ordinance reflected to the annexation of East Division Street from the existing city limits at the northeastern property corner of parcel 7267. And this has to do with the the annexation of East Division Street. I'm going to request that we add this to the consent agenda if there's no objections. Hearing none, we'll read that as part of consent. It's not a number, it's an addition. This is the annexation memorandum that we typically do as part of an annexation. We used to do just the plan of services, and then the state said, well, you need to do a memorandum to do the same thing again. So this is the again. Need to see it? I'll need it back for read the header.
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay. Yeah, it's listed as 8E. I just want to read it consent with the other items under 8. I'd also propose moving 10A, 10B, and 10C to consent if there's no objections. (10A, 10B, 10C). All right, hearing none on 10A, 10B, we'll move those to consent. Also, yes, 10A, 10B, 10C to consent. I'd also propose moving 11D, 11M, and 11K to consent as well. That's D as in dog, M as in Manus, K as in kite. There was DK and M, or DMK, if you want to get it out of order. All right, hearing no objections to those 3, go to consent. Commissioner Giles. 12A. All right, and since you're the sponsor, we'll pull 12A. I'd also propose moving our swearing session. Is that the right way to say it? The swearing in to after the consent agenda, since we've moved all the legislative prerequisites. Commissioner Mullally.
So I have a question about 11K. So if there's something that I wanted to add to that to amend, that couldn't be on consent, could it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you want, is that
Yeah,
an
I would like
objection?
to have something to
Okay.
add to that.
Not a problem. We'll read 11K as it falls on the agenda. I think we can, unless you correct me, believe we can still do our swearing in without the passage of 11K. We just need the budget ordinance to pay for it. I'll take silence as consent. Any other changes to the agenda? So we're going to do the swearing in after the reading of the consent agenda. Everybody on the same page? Okay. And with the changes, we'll set the agenda with, as published, with the changes that were adopted at the table. The next item on our agenda is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. And I'd call on our city manager, Mr. Kenny Martin, sir, if you would lead us in the invocation and pledge, please.
Yes, sir. Everybody will bow your heads for me, please. Heavenly Father, we ask that you open our hearts and minds as we come together for this meeting. Help us to be receptive to new ideas, willing to listen, and open to change. May we approach this time with humility and a willingness to learn from one another. Guide us, our thoughts, actions, so they align with yours. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next item is our approval of the minutes from our September 22nd meeting. Is there any changes? Then I'll move we adopt it by consent if there's no objections. Hearing none, the minutes are adopted. Next item on the agenda is our citizen comments. We'll open the floor up for citizen comments. We just ask that you be respectful, speak with city business, address any questions you may have. To us, we're under no obligations to ask you questions, but if we so need to, we can direct a city staff person to do this, to answer anything that you have. We just ask that you please refrain from inappropriate language, profanity, or other inappropriate conduct. But we'll open the floor here. You have 3 minutes. I'll ask for your name and address. And just so everybody's clear, unlike the Planning Commission, this is most likely the last opportunity to speak on an item unless called upon by somebody to address it. But we do not have individual comments on each item on the agenda. So this is your opportunity. I'd ask you to come forward, give your name and address for the record.
Rocky Lee, 16604 Central Pike, 25 years employed City of Mount Juliet, 14 years as department head, Parks Director. I'm here. I've had a lot of voters, a lot of citizens reaching out to me since I've been gone. They got a lot of questions. Seems to be no transparency. Nobody's letting the voters know what's going on. So they asked me. I said, give me your questions. I'll bring them to them. So here's the questions, guys. We understand the city manager is wanting a $22,000 raise. This is after your city employees didn't get their COLA. This is after he's told all department heads, make cuts. Every dime counts. Now, all of a sudden, from a $7 million deficit, we found the money to give a $22,000 raise. This is ridiculous. And I've got a lot of people mad about that. Okay, I have to ask you also, have we reviewed the city manager's personnel? His personnel file, does one exist? If it does, who does it? That should be transparent to the employees and to your citizens. You work for the citizens, okay? Let's make this. I also have to ask, is a few months ago, we were facing a $7 million deficit. Department heads were being told to cut everything possible. Again, here we are wanting a $22,000 raise for the city manager. This is like giving the captain of the Titanic a raise. Guys, this ship is going down. When we took it over, there was a surplus. Millions of dollars surplus. Now we're $7 million deficit. Who's the captain of the ship? Let's look around. Also, our hiring practices, guys. We're just handing it out to the next guy, our best friends. We're not open it. You've got MTAS, who will give you a committee and sit there and put together a diligent thing, due diligence. That's all we're asking for. Let's give everybody opportunity to get these jobs, not just hand them out to our favorites. Also, we've got a TBI currently investigation going on. We haven't heard anything. City manager hasn't speaked up, public information officer. What's happening? 2 people have been fired. Department heads have been fired. People want to know. They owe it to them for that. Also, guys, let's just do what's right. Do what you were elected to do, and that's represent the people. You're not dictators. You're not smarter than your people. You were elected to represent their voice. Their voice is do not give this man this raise. There's too many things going on. We have $2 million missing. The guy resigned. You didn't terminate him. Why? There's still $700,000 of that missing. What happened? We need to be, guys, you got to be transparent. You got to let people know. I mean, don't throw your hands up. It's there. This is the problem. We're sweeping stuff under the thing. And the other thing I want to tell you, we're starting an oversight committee. The days of sweeping under carpet's over. We will be coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Anyone else address the Board of Commissioners?
I think I've only done this one other time in 8 years. Lauren Breeze, District 18 County Commissioner. And I live at 1014 Bellwood Drive.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here to comment on the annexation of 3150 Nonaville Road. This property is a non-contiguous annexation to ensure that citizens in the area are not overlooked and to keep the city and the county on the same page. State law requires county involvement in the plan of services. TCA 651-104, Section D4 outlines the specifics. The resolution shall include the plan of services adopted under 651-102. The plan shall be prepared by the municipality in cooperation with the county in which the territory is located. The municipality and county shall enter into an interlocal agreement pursuant to 51113 to provide emergency services for any interceding properties and to maintain roads and bridges comprising the primary route to the area thus annexed as the municipality and county deems necessary. I've spoken to the county road superintendent, our county fire chief, our county fire marshal, and the deputy chief of the sheriff's department. None were aware as of this afternoon of this annexation that you're about to vote on. They've not been consulted for the plan of services, and an interlocal agreement has not been discussed at all. The county attorney is also aware of the situation. Some requesting to defer the annexation until TCA 651-104 is followed to in its entirety. In future, this is just my personal request. Can we make it a goal to work closer together to further transparency and decisions? I didn't know anything about this until I read Jennifer's newsletter on Sunday, and this is my district. As elected officials, we can be better public servants through cooperation. It will allow us all to ensure that our constituents know what's going on so they can come share their views, concerns, and comments. In future, it would be nice to find out about annexations through official channels in a timely manner, instead of, as I mentioned, discovering it the night before a vote through a city commissioner's newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners?
Hello, Chip Bailey, 140 Denny Drive, Mount Juliet.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here to speak on the approval or the reading of the grants. My organization, TriStar Volleyball, I'm the founder and the president of it. It's a local nonprofit volleyball league, recreational volleyball league for girls, 4th grade through 12th grade. It is unique to Wilson County. It's unique to Mount Juliet. It's the only organization of its type around here. We're a Christian organization. We're here to lead young people to Christ, get them off their phones, on the court, making friends and having fun. We build community in the bleachers. We support other local charities and organizations. And the grants that we apply for, they're not millions of dollars, but they're very important to us. All right. We are parent coached, no travel, and low fees. We don't turn people away. It's a couple $100 to play. And if you can't afford it, we have donors that cover your fees. So we don't turn anyone away. But that doesn't mean we're Rockefellers. I mean, we have to pay facility fees, we pay insurance, we pay for equipment, we pay for officials. Everything costs money, and we don't keep any of it. It all goes right back to the community and the league. And so these grants that are up for a vote are very important to my organization and several other nonprofits. And I know that the budget is tight, but I'm asking the commissioners to please find a way to fund these really valuable local programs. All right. These aren't national programs that the money gets wasted on fees and salaries. We're talking about direct impact to our kids. So please think about that when you're going through the budget items. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Robinson, 1400 North Mount Juliet Road. I just wanted to address 11J. It's an ordinance that's placed in the city of Mount Juliet, considering dead ends of private roads into, or public roads, or really private roads into undeveloped land. And it requires the developer to get the right of way signed by a person who's not going to develop their land, may never develop their land. And it's really unfair. I think it was an oversight by the commission. I don't think anybody wants to force somebody to sign an easement that's not required to sign an easement. But anyway, I wish y'all would consider that 11J as approving that, where it clarifies it and doesn't require the developer to get a non-participating property owner to sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay, and I actually work with Home Safe, so I'm going to jump on that grant board. Thank you for whoever started that one. Yes, I mean, kind of what the gentleman was talking about. Nonprofits in general, we're, economy hits, we're losing our volunteer bases, we're losing other funding because, in our economic situations, people can't afford to give as much. So if y'all are able to find your hearts and find the budget price for that. Just for those who don't know who Home Safe is, we're a domestic violence nonprofit who actually serves the Wilson County, Sumner County, and Robertson County areas. Just in last fiscal year, we had 2,038 services in 586 Wilson County residents. That was out of the 586 services that were provided, 60 victims from Mount Juliet were actually served through our Home Safe services. So this includes emergency shelter, 24-hour helpline assistance, counseling, court advocacy, support groups, providing game and movie nights for the kids so they can experience what an actual normal night looks like. That means making hot chocolate and popcorn and watching Bluey on the TV or whatever their hearts desire, just because it gives them one night of normalcy. So we actually just had a success story. We just had someone move into their own apartment, and because of donors and funders and people who just donated a twin size bed for us, we're able to actually facilitate and help that client move into their own space. So your hearts matter. The citizens matter, and we just appreciate what y'all do and can do for us in the future. So again, Home Safe says thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Thomas at 1314 Clearview Drive. I'm directly adjacent to the property in question on item 11C, 1316 Clearview Drive. On July 17th, just 102 days ago, the Planning Commission gave nearly a unanimous negative recommendation for a block rezone of OPS to CTC, including this exact property along with a dozen others. The recommendation was made because OPS zoning is the correct zoning for this area. Nothing about our points of dissent has changed since this July meeting. Well, with the exception that school is now in session, so our concerns are even more prevalent. What has changed? That's my question. According to commentary 3 months ago, there's nobody coming saying we're ready to build. Yet here we are, just after a negative recommendation. In that same meeting, Kenny Martin said there's no agenda here. If it stays OPS, that's fine as well. Yet here we are again. So again, what's changed? Perhaps it's the strategy. When the block rezone failed, perhaps a plan was devised to rezone these properties one at a time. This is the first piece. It's a game to get the very same result that was rejected 3 months ago. Darren Cunningham hit the nail on the head last time. He asked, who are the beneficiaries of this rezoning? It sure isn't me or the surrounding community. It means more congestion on our roads, specifically North Mount Juliet Road. It means more noise at our homes and more risk for the children walking to school, two of which are right across the street. We're here for the financial benefit of the few at the detriment of many. We're here to overturn a thoughtful, recent decision, and to do so subverts the voice of the community. It's your job to, isn't it your job to advocate for the community? So let me ask, what makes 1316 Clearview so special? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is David Seeley. I live at 1005 Clearview Drive. I, along with Matt and many others in our neighborhood, were here back in July to advocate or make our case pleading against any changes to the zoning going along Mount Juliet Road. So you can imagine my disappointment that we have to show up again to make essentially the same change from happening. Matt brought up something about our neighborhood being special, and that was actually more so Preston on the Planning Commission kept asking what makes Clearview Drive Estates special. Why should we prevent changing it from OPS to CTC or any sort of other zoning? It's not that it's special. Why do we need to change everything from OPS to CTC? And more so, why do we need to just change one from OPS to CTC? We've all played dominoes. We change one, it's gonna slowly go up Mount Juliet Road, one after the next. I beg you guys, please don't change this. Keep it OPS. As previously mentioned, there are schools across the street. Traffic going along Mount Juliet Road in this area is already horrific. We don't need to change it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Sheila Weathers, and I live at 124 Nicholas Circle in Lebanon. Don't hold that against me. I lived here 26 years, and both girls graduated from all the schools. But I am now on staff at Compassionate Hands in Lebanon, which supports the homeless of Wilson County. I'm here to ask for support for the grant application that we recently submitted and to give you some updates on all the things that Compassionate Hands are doing. And one of the things, I don't know if y'all are all aware what Compassionate Hands is, but we did start out as being an emergency winter shelter in 2013. We now have our own building right off the square, and we are doing so many different things now. For instance, from January to October, we have admitted 28 people into rehab. We have helped 7 with mental health treatment. We have entered 32 into sober living. We have provided 22 birth certificates, 12 IDs, and as you know, to get a job, you need these items. We have provided help with 50 individuals with prescriptions. We have provided 13 bus tickets to help those that have been stranded here in Wilson County to get home to families in other states, other cities. We have provided financial assistance in various kind for 24, a lot of car repairs. We have gotten 17 into housing, and we have provided furniture for 4 of those from FAM Essentials. It is our mission to reverse poverty by ensuring every individual has access to essential resources, opportunity for development, and Christ-centered community needed to thrive. These numbers I've given you are more than statistics. They represent lives changed. In just 10 months, we've helped 28 individuals. I already read all that. and ensuring that each person who comes to us knows they are seen, valued, and not alone. Every service, every dollar, and every success story reflects the heart of Compassionate Hands, transforming lives one step at a time. And just to tell you, one of the things that we deal with daily is we may have an individual come to us that is an alcoholic. He's also a veteran. He served 2 tours, and we recently found out that he passed away 2 days ago. We will be remembering him at St. Stephen's tomorrow and burying him in the Veteran Cemetery. And we helped him for 2 years with a roof over his head. So thank you. If you would kindly accept our application, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rusty King. I live at 1317 Clearview Drive. I actually would like to pass this picture around so y'all can see what it looks like right out my front porch. If you look a little to the left, you'll see where they're wanting to build, what is it, a restaurant? I've heard donut shop. It could be a used car lot. When we moved to this neighborhood, it was ideal for raising a family. It was going to be my wife and I's forever home. Traffic has gotten so bad. If we want to go north on Mount Juliet Road, we have to drive clear around, come out at Weston so we can come out safely at a red light. I've got a 15-year-old son who I'm teaching to drive. Even he'll tell you how bad it is. If you want to go towards the interstates, at certain times of the day, say anywhere from 3:30 to 6 o'clock, it takes you 10 minutes to get to the interstate. It's a nightmare. Allowing a business with higher traffic flow is going to make getting out of this neighborhood much worse. This will create a safety issue. Either cars pulling out on Mount Juliet Road trying to go north out of Clearview where there is no red light, or them coming through our neighborhood speeding while we have people trying to walk with their families, with their young children, which we have a lot of families, young children. There's no sidewalks. There's no street lights after dark. What am I going to see when I look out the front door? If you see that picture, am I going to see a big sign for a restaurant or whatever y'all want to put in there? I don't get it. Then we got noise pollution, people coming in and out of there. All right. There's other places that these shops can go well up down Mount Juliet Road. My question is, well, first of all, Mount Juliet Road, where else does a business butt right up to somebody else's house, like Matt's house? I don't see how this would benefit the residents of Clearview. Clearly, it's not going to benefit the residents of Mount Juliet. It's only going to benefit one person. That's the property owner. And I know who the property owner is. And I don't think it's right.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Carrie Ann Missamore. I'm so grateful that we have this to do. We can come and talk about our concerns and voice our opinions. So thank you for listening. I've lived at 1410 Barrett Drive for over 20 years. This is the street just behind the one in question on Clearview Drive. Way back, an entire frontage block from Clearview to what is now Lowe's was rezoned from residential to OPS. Not without a fight, but there was a compromise of supporting the hope of responsible growth of a small community and a promise of a greenway of sorts or a wall, and it was neither followed through. The city provided no uniformity, some walls, some trees, and some halfway. In 2020, we all know, the tornado. It changed the dynamic of lives, homes, and businesses. All these lots rebuilt following the OPS zoning. Of course, no one will build back the same. We will all build better. We will build bigger and stronger. The businesses built back bigger, better, and stronger. But we did this all within the codes and the setbacks and all those things, except this one. The holdout is what I'm calling it. In the last meeting for I think it was the Planning Commission, someone asked, what is so special about this neighborhood? I really wonder what is so special about this one lot amongst so many that have followed the rules and the codes. It was also mentioned in that meeting, wouldn't it be great to be able to get a breakfast sandwich on our way to work? No, there are plenty of businesses that need our help already, and it doesn't work that way. Life is not a life with life with exceptions. We don't want an ice cream shop as much as we don't want a fuel station or a liquor store or a hotel. Diversified city makes for a traveled city, which means we spend our money all over the city and go to places we wouldn't otherwise, and we spend our money. I'll let everyone else address the ridiculous traffic and child safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Jernigan, 1006 Clearview Drive. We're back again. Like I said earlier, before July, we have came from the Planning Commission to get a negative recommendation to vote that whole city block. And now we as a neighborhood feel like we got bamboozled, missed this Planning Commission to send the positive to this board that we're at tonight. We do not agree with that. What I want to look at, the questions I have with this is what's wanting to be built on this lot? And we've all heard speculations, but nobody's come out and said, this is what's wanted. This is who's coming, and this is what we want. So we as residents, how do we know who to trust and what's going to come? And then what is the overall goal of rezoning this? All right. Current zoning allows for many profitable businesses to succeed in that area. Why do we need to rezone it to open it up to other things? Other questions. How does this rezoning affect Clearview Estates? And more importantly, the schools beside or across the street? All right. Have we thought that into consideration? What are those kids going to see when they walk out of that school? It may be an ice cream shop for now, but what's going to go there next? All right. It's not the now, it's still the future that we're looking at. All right. Got that. Looking up Mount Juliet Road, once again, there are many open CTC lots that are ready to build. Why do we need to change this one? Why? Once again, nobody can answer the question of what's going in there and why we need to change it. Many problems are easier to prevent than they are to correct. All right, I think we can all agree with that. If we can prevent the issue, why not? Why not prevent the issue? If this zoning change does not directly positively affect the community and the school, how can you vote to change it? And that's where I'm going to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Darren Cunningham, 1401 Fairview Drive, Mount Juliet, Clearview Estates, located right behind the subject property here. Most of you know me as a former planning commissioner and a land developer here locally, but what I don't talk about a lot is my actual day job, which is I've been a real estate broker here since 2003. And not to pat myself in the back, but I run the largest real estate team in the state of Tennessee by volume and by transactions. I tell you that because I'm a qualified subject matter expert when it comes to land value. So I ask myself, and other people do too, and I'll be redundant of what I said up here before, is who stands to benefit from the rezoning of this? And I think the answer to that is not the city. You might get a little bit more tax revenue, but not enough to move the needle. The residents of Mount Juliet, I don't see how they benefit from this rezoning. If there is, prove me otherwise. But the individual landowner here will benefit because by nature, when you compare the current zoning to the zoning that's being proposed for, the value is 30 to 35% higher, and that's a fact. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. So that will happen. So who benefits? The landowner benefits from that. That's the sole beneficiary. In addition to that, anybody who owns a piece of property on that stretch of land between Clearview Drive and the paddocks that has not already been rebuilt because they were blown away by the tornado. And there are several parcels there. Coincidentally, one of those beneficiaries is a landowner who's also the sponsor of this bill. And I think that should be noted. I do want to talk about traffic and explain how this affects traffic. Right now, when you turn left out of Clearview Drive on the Mount Juliet Road and you head north, I would say smart residents will go out through Clearview Drive, south on Fairview, connect back on Weston to the red light to prevent an accident. When you add another piece of property who's going to be CTC zoned, it could be a fast food restaurant there, which is going to be high traffic. That's going to put more traffic through there. They're going to want to come through Clearview Estates and come out to the red light so they can make a safe left-hand turn. This will cause problems if additional traffic comes in there. We already have a problem. Can't be corrected by a red light there. I think we've already been through that. But we don't want to have more traffic through the neighborhood. You then have the adjacent landowners. They're going to get smashed by this. I mean, they bought a piece of property, it backs up to it. They did their proper diligence. They found out it was zoned for office. That keeps their property value one way. When you put a fast food restaurant behind it, the property value plummets. That's a fact as well. So I don't know. In conclusion, I don't see a benefit to the city. I can't be proved otherwise. I don't see a benefit to the neighbors. I don't know how it can be proved otherwise. And I only see a benefit to the landowner whose property value will increase. And
Thank
that's
you,
all I got.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you guys for listening.
How's it going? My name is Charles Wilder. I'm at 1312 Clearview. I echo everything that everybody here has said about this rezoning of the corner property there, Mount Juliet Road in Clearview. It's my understanding that rezoning around this area has been voted down like several times in the last 5 years. I don't understand the motivation. Why is it so persistent? What does the landowner or any other city officials have to gain that is so much more important and greater than listening to the residents? This is in our backyard, Matt and Kelsey's backyard, Meg's backyard. What is so important about that piece of land that is greater than the safety of the community? The kids walking everywhere at drop-off and pickup times. It's already a madhouse. You can't get out of our neighborhood. Like they said, you have to go to Weston. The growth has been poorly planned. You could see all this coming 20 years ago if you were here before Providence was built or before the paddocks. It's needed major widening at Mount Juliet Road forever. We just keep building and building and adding and not talking about the infrastructure. How can we help this? The cons, the residents, we do not want it. The students, the school, the community morale. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be up in arms about this. The traffic, lack of safety, no crossing guard, already pulling people constantly over on that road. When they get pulled over on Mount Juliet Road, they go right into Clearview. The notification process, they went to the planning and zoning and nobody put a sign out. I talked to Kenny Martin about that today. Not cool. I know the state might have a certain law, but you can still do the right thing. Nobody's adhered to the law here by handcuffs. You can still do the right thing, which is let us know before it goes to planning so we can gather more people to come and talk about this and air our concerns. We don't need another donut shop. We don't need a drive-through for sure. We don't need another vape shop. None of this would even be a discussion if not for the natural disaster of the tornado. This wouldn't even be a thing. So already a problem. These are going to get worse. Traffic, safety for students, noise, unnecessary danger in cars. We just put in speed bumps because people fly through here. It's a cut through to Old Lebanon Dirt Road. I mean, I hope you guys really do the right thing when this comes to the vote. Like, we all live here. If this was in your backyard, you would all feel the same way. Art, I know you mentioned outside you want to, be able to be nice to take your grandkids to go get a donut. You can also walk to Culver's. You can get in the car and go to Dunkin' Donuts. There's like 3 donut shops in between where we are and Lebanon Road. There's plenty of places to build. I don't know why the persistence of this particular parcel. And it seems like the domino effect is what they're talking about. It's going to happen one, and then you do the other one, then it's easier to do the other one. It's either do the other one. I appreciate the chance to come and speak to you guys. I hope you do the right thing and think about the residents where you're building in our backyards right here instead of whoever's getting paid, whoever's benefiting from this. It's not us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Michelle Swart. It's S-W-A-R-T. I have braces, sorry. Nobody can ever understand it. I live at 1738 Hartford Lane, Mount Juliet, and I'm representing Wilson County CASA. We're a nonprofit, so this is for 11L. I'm the executive director and just wanted to come and say thank you for considering us and your grant funding. It greatly helps all of our nonprofits if you join in the mission behind us. It does go directly towards services, so this doesn't go towards salaries or anything. We train advocates, so we cover all of the costs for them to go through that to be ready to take a case. So we're court-appointed special advocates, and we advocate for children that have been abused and neglected that come through the court. And so I just wanted to really just say thank you for considering us, as we do serve all of Wilson County, and that includes children from Mount Juliet. So it affects everyone in our county. I also just wanted to add to that I'm a volunteer volleyball coach for TriStar. So I have witnessed firsthand the life change that it does in these girls. I love them so much. I've done it for a couple of seasons, and I still stay in touch with some of them. And they get to build community with other girls from other schools. And so they just get to see and know more people than they normally would. And it's just a really neat community. And it's just been a really sweet time for me. So I'm going to continue to volunteer for them and all the time that I have. So just wanted to say thank you and appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Hill. I'm with Empower Me Center. I live at 223 Bluegrass Circle. I'd like to introduce Bridget Anderson. Bridget, tell them where you live.
I live in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, Clemens Road, 1041 Clemens Road, Mount Juliet, Tennessee, 37122.
I'm with Empower Me Center, and we started out as a basketball league here 27 years ago as part of the WWBA. From that basketball league, it evolved into a summer day camp and then other year-round events. Bridget has been with me all 27 years. She was with us from the very beginning. She still participates in our basketball league. We've grown from basketball league, summer day camp to year-round events. We have 18 different year-round events that we offer. We also have a young adult program called the Daydreamers. We have a home team and a travel team that are out and about in the community. And we're now building our new facilities out on South Hartman Drive in Lebanon. But 50% of the kids from Wilson County that participate with us are Mount Juliet residents. And I just wanted Bridget to just say, what do you like best about Empower Me?
I like being with my friends. I like being with the family that I love. And the most important thing to me is that God had gave me a gift.
Nice.
Amen. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Neil Zabkar, 1407 Fairview Drive, and I'm commenting on the change of the zoning on 1316 Clearview. I'm against the zoning of this property, changing the zoning from OPS to CTC. Some of the reasons are CTC could open up the door to businesses like fast food that cause major traffic problems. We have very difficult time getting in and out of Clearview Drive as it is. This would open the door to other businesses to change to CTC also, and that could also lead to congestion, a lot of other problems. I think we just need to leave everything alone. And this change in zoning has no advantage to the city. There are many other properties on Mount Juliet Road that have CTC zoning. The other thing we'd like to see is whenever there's zoning changes that we see some signs on the given property. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak a piece.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tony Mercant. I'm on 1012 Clearview Drive, and a lot of them mentioned tonight is all good points that I was going to tell tonight. But one thing I know is, I mean, every day I come home at about 5 to 5:30. I come down Mount Juliet Road to turn on Clearview Drive. And every day I have to sit there and wait because the traffic's so backed we can't even turn on our street unless we have a person's kind enough to let us through because the traffic's backed up. So you're telling me now that what you want to do is you want to build a place of business right on a street that we can't even turn into at this time. Sometimes I have to get through to come on that different streets to go around. But I live on the other end of Clearview Drive. So what happens now, even with Walmart and the schools, they cut through our neighborhood to get to that side of instead of going down to the red light and coming up Mount Juliet Road because it's backed up. So what they're going to do, they're going to come across there to go to this new facility or wherever you want to put on that corner. So whatever it's going to be, I mean, you have the issue of the schools across the street. You also have, is it going to be a restaurant? I heard someone wants to put in a high-end steak restaurant. You can't serve alcohol across from a school. So how are you going to put a restaurant without alcohol or wine or anything like that? So we don't know what's going to be put in there. There's so many different options with that code. There's so many different options. Then you have the families that live right behind there, which I know there's a lot of small children, property directly right behind there. Right now, if you look at all the properties on that strip, it's all doctor's offices. Everything's closed around 5 o'clock, so there's no noise after that point. And there's very little, appointment only kind of deal versus a restaurant, ice cream, or whatever you want to put in there. It's going to be a lot of traffic. People can't get a parking spot. They're going to park on the streets. And then it's going to be backed up to, the people behind them. Then the other thing is sound travels, because I live 1012 Clearview Drive, and every Friday night we listen to the football game over at the high school. So it comes all the way from there. So people coming in, closing open doors, and disturbing all the people in the neighborhood is not a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Paula Kittle. I live at 1511 Fairview Drive, and I'm here also. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. And I'm here to speak on the 1316 rezone. Also, I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years, and I'm sure it's what I like. I'm about what I'm about to say is not a surprise to anybody here. Anybody that's lived in Mount Juliet is I've noticed how much it has changed since we moved in there. Like, we bought our house and didn't even realize, we came from Davidson County, did not even realize that Providence was going in. And so everything has changed so much from that time. There's so many more lights now. Like others said, like getting to the interstate even takes so much longer than it used to. I mean, I get that, growth and all of that, things change. That's, I'm not against growth necessarily, but one of the things I've particularly noticed is that, like 20 years ago when we moved into the neighborhood, when my children were small, I would not have been getting alerts from the city that there was a police chase going down Clearview Drive. That has happened at least 3 or 4 times over the last couple of years before the speed bumps went in. And honestly, even after the speed bumps went in, it still happens. And we do have, I'm kind of beginning to be more of the old guard as my kids are growing up. My youngest is like 17 now. But as the older people in our neighborhood have passed on or moved out, we are getting a lot more younger families. Like our neighborhood is now primarily, I would say, younger families with small kids. One of the draws of our neighborhood is that, you can go out and play in the yards and be on your bike, and it's becoming less and less safe. And if we rezone that property to what is being suggested, it could be devastating for somebody in our neighborhood. This neighborhood has already been through the tornado. Like, we don't need the death of a child to happen in that neighborhood because of whatever gets rezoned there. Also, one of the things that could possibly go in, for example, if it's not a restaurant and all the traffic that goes in, is it says transient habitation here. Like I said, we've got families, kids. These types of businesses could go elsewhere. So please, I beg of you, do not rezone this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Peggy Simpson. I'm the coordinator for the Imagination Library in Wilson County. And I just wanted here tonight to thank you all for your support. You have been, we represented the program where the program started in 2005, and you all have been with us since then. We have graduated over 22,000 kids that have celebrated their 5th birthday and gotten out of the program. And right now we have 6,100 children who are receiving the free books through the program. So I just want to say thank you. I know you all got a long meeting, but I just had to say thank you. Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners? Oh, it's kind of, see some people had a little trouble moving around at times. Is anybody out in the lobby or anything? Just want to be clear. All right. I'm seeing none. We'll close citizen comments and we'll move to commissioner reports and comments. With that, I will recognize Commissioner Art Giles for his comments.
Well, we had a wonderful event today for those of you that were in here, that were out at the ribbon cutting for our new police station. It's something to be very, very proud of, and we are. And as I think maybe the mayor mentioned, that we've got the best police department, and it's so true. And it's just been a wonderful day. I also, the citizen comments caught me real quick, Mayor. But I also wanted to thank y'all for supporting our police department and our fire department here. But I also wanted to thank the Chamber of Commerce. They recently nominated us in the community, the BPAC, and Commissioner Mullally is the representative from this board for the BPAC, and I'm the chair of it. But anyway, so Commissioner Mullally couldn't be there, but two of us went and accepted the award, and I just wanted to thank the chamber. I know some of us are in the chamber, but they do a great job, and we're sure appreciative for the award and for the lunch that day. So thank you all again for recognizing us and giving that to us. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll recognize our Vice Mayor Trevette.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for everybody coming out tonight. I'll tell you, it's a packed house for the folks that are online. You may not be able to see the cameras, but it does show that there's a lot of involvement with our city, so thank you. Yes, we'd like to also reiterate with a great day for our city and citizens when it comes down to the ribbon cutting. The technology that this department has invested with the citizens' money and time and effort. There's been a lot of involvement where citizens have come up and expressed their concern on safety. And I believe this commission and past commissioners and mayor and city managers and staff have all taken all these notes into play. You can see it on the news. Mount Juliet's always out there when it comes to the safety, the involvement, and of course, all these other concerns that, the citizens are bringing to us about the infrastructure. We hear you. There's a lot of things that we do take into consideration, a lot of meetings outside of these, and a lot of communication back with staff to understand what we can do to make it better, more efficient. And we're taking all these things into consideration. And I appreciate all the phone calls, the emails. I just wish people would actually put their phone number in those emails so we can reach out to you if we do have questions and concerns, because sometimes that's the hardest thing. With the new police station and then the fire station that's coming up right behind it, as we talk about technology for the residents, please look at our public officers, like when it comes to communication about, new technology that you may be seeing in the air, also around in our technologies of our vehicles. So it's great stuff there. City manager made some announcements a little bit, so I'm not going to steal the thunder there, but congratulations to to Chief Mullins and also Deputy Chief Chandler. But I will just say that publicly, thank you both for all your services and time and dedication to the city. Looking forward to the next chapter of your career. Folks, right around the corner is Halloween for the folks that do participate in it. We actually got a couple messages just last night already with some hay rides, some safety concerns. Listen, folks, we're all about having fun and spending time with our families, but it's also about safety. Our first responders are amazing. They do a great job, but it's also better for us to be proactive as family members, residents, and friends to be thinking about safety, whether if it's our kids, our neighbors, and so forth. So please take that on into consideration and just think about safety. Last thing is, coming up here in a couple days, there's a little bit of a hometown rivalry when it comes down to Green Hills and Mount Juliet. I don't want to steal the mayor's thunder, but just want to wish both teams a safe and competitive game and wish them both. And looking forward to also celebrating a win on both sides. So also loving to attend those local football games. So Mayor, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll recognize Commissioner Hefner for his comments and report.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate everybody coming out as always. And those watching online, it's good to see some of my neighbors of past. Sorry, couldn't have been under different circumstances. I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, fabulous job. Again, I think I gave kudos to Deputy Chief Chandler on the police department, had the ribbon cutting earlier this evening, and just extremely proud of how that building turned out. Very proud. You thought through everything. I can't think of anything you could have missed. So great job there, and to all that were involved in getting us to the point where we were cutting the ribbon today. So really appreciate it. And I know Brockman was involved. We're making fun of all the blue tape, so he might be known going forward as the blue tape punch list guy. So anyways, no, all kidding aside, great job. And so proud of how it turned out. I'm certainly glad to be a part of the decision making on that. The other thing, thoughts and prayers to the injured Central Pike accident with the hayride and the vehicle that ran into that hayride. Just it's miraculous that no one was killed in that wreck. So thoughts and prayers go out to those kids and those adults that were injured in that. Also, I want to talk about communication, transparency, and notification. Something that we need to, as a city, do a better job of, in my opinion. There's some things that were brought up. There's some recent changes in how we notify the public of certain of rezones. There's been a standard operating procedure in this city for as long as I can remember of posting signs for property that's going through a rezone through the Planning Commission. Well, that was decided through committee earlier this year, certainly within the last year, that we were going to follow state guidelines, which there's certainly that in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with, but we need to allow the citizens a transition period. If we're going to make a change, specifically and especially when it comes to notifying the public of rezones or annexations, that's going to have an immediate impact on their properties. I think we owe it to them to post signs. Today, we send out certified letters to the property owners that touch that property. Now, that could be one, it could be three, right? You got somebody touching the back, somebody touching the sides, but that doesn't often get translated or communicated to the others in that neighborhood. So we need to revert back to our procedures that we were following for many years, where we notified residents with signs in the ground that a rezone is coming through the Planning Commission. The way it states now, we can go through a Planning Commission without a public notice that no one will have an opportunity to speak at, which in the case of Clearview, nobody had an opportunity to speak at because they quite frankly didn't know about it. And it can also come to the Board of Commissioners on first reading without public notice. And then if it's a unanimous vote, get this, it can go on consent for second reading, which often we have unanimous votes that will be placed on consent. We've had some placed on consent tonight. So imagine having a rezone literally go through the entire process without the citizens or any communication or any feedback from the citizens on that. So that needs to change. I'm going to be sponsoring an update to our codes to revert back to notifying the citizens by way of signs in the ground prior to a Planning Commission. Hopefully my colleagues at this table will support me in that push. So that's something that our city attorney is working on with me. So hopefully we'll get that codified in a code change. The other thing too, I know it was mentioned by a citizen tonight that the TBI investigation, everybody's aware of that. I look forward to seeing the result of that report. And I'm going to request it in advance that when that TBI report is completed, to the extent that I have the authority or can have access to that report, I want a copy of it. It's not something that we need to be, and everybody's innocent till proven guilty, but I want to see a copy of that report. I'm making that request publicly right now. Also coming up, just to give you a little preview, November 10th, I'm sponsoring an ordinance that will place a moratorium on high density housing. So apartments and townhomes. And I'm requesting that moratorium go into place for at least 12 months. This is going to give our city an opportunity to take a look at TDOT. What's TDOT doing? Is Central Pike on the 8-year plan? Is it on the 10-year plan? Is Lebanon Road going to be on the 10-year plan, or is it not going to be on the 10-year plan? What's the situation going with our 100% capacity of our sewer on Lebanon? What's the plan on that? So I've got a lot of questions, a lot of things going on, and if we can't pass a multi-million-dollar subdivision that's got low density 1-acre lots, we should not be wasting taxpayer money by having staff review apartments and townhomes. If we can't pass a project like Mirabella, that's going to be built out over a period of 10 years, 400 homes, which is an average of 40 homes a year, why are we going to waste taxpayer money and staff's time looking at apartments and townhomes? So be on the lookout for that. I hope I get support on the moratorium for high density housing, which first reading will be on November 10th. And as Commissioner Trevette mentioned, Halloween's coming up. So please be mindful of little kiddos walking around collecting candy. I know some of these streets, many of the neighborhoods they're not lit. They don't have sidewalks. So please be mindful as you're driving around the streets on Halloween. So with that, I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll recognize Commissioner Mullally for her comments.
Thank you. Again, thank you for everyone coming out. I do like to see a packed house. So sometimes you're in support of things, sometimes you're not. And the vote may turn out like you want sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. From this perspective, it's hard to make these decisions sometimes because, you have to look at the whole picture. So anyway, again, I really appreciate it. And I listen to everyone. I read emails and any kind of contact that I get regarding it. So I appreciate it. Working on my next newsletter. Hope to send it out this weekend, hopefully Saturday, but definitely the weekend. The ribbon cutting for the new police headquarters is awesome. I did a tour as well. And I'm just really impressed and overwhelmed. So I'm just thankful to be a part of that, from the planning process, the funding, and opening the doors. So I agree on the notifications that residents are unaware. I try to do my best at my monthly newsletters, alerting residents of what's coming up on the next planning commission for the next upcoming month. So I know that, there was some changes. So if I would like to be notified. So I try to go the extra mile and list those in the newsletter so you will know what's coming. It's not my job to do that, but I do it as a service to you because I want you to know. And also in addition to the newsletter, I send out notifications. Like we meet twice a month. And so before each Board of Commission meeting, I send out agenda notices, which was referenced earlier. So you'll know what's coming up on the Board of Commissioner meeting. Now, it's public notice. It's on the website, but who looks at it? So I do that as a service to you. So it just makes it easier for you. So you won't have to dig and search and, go out of your way and be inconvenienced to look for the information. So I do agree that you need to be better notified. So I would like to see some results on that. And I too am looking forward to the TBI investigation to be complete. And I do have questions on that, which I will be asking once that's complete. So I'm looking forward to that. And again, Halloween night, just slow down. It's dark and I don't know if it's supposed to rain or not, but just slow down and watch for kids, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, I'll just add on here for my comments. I too have been asked about the TBI investigation. What I've shared is we had two employees that work for this city that have been terminated based on some information that was given. And, there's people that imply there's a cover up going on here for the city. In fact, it's the quite opposite is true. The city was notified, the city investigated, the city took the appropriate actions, got an outside entity at the request of, I believe, our district attorney to look into it. And I can't give you any details on it or what they're investigating exactly because, to be honest with you, I don't know. My conversations with the city manager have just been limited to the fact that two employees have done have completed. They've looked into it, and there's enough there to do the termination. The rest of it is under investigation. And as the others have said, when it comes out, we'll be looking at what we're allowed to look at. I assume most of this is going to be public record probably anyway when it's released. But switching subjects, Commissioner Breeze come up here made some comments about the non-continuous annexation up here, and she referenced some TCA on it. I have no reason not to believe everything you've said about that. I've had numerous problems with non-continuous annexations. I brought up the cost that it can take. I don't think this one's the one that falls into that category, but for me, a non-continuous annexation, they would have to be an overwhelming, compelling case for the city to step out here and put up out it. I don't really want to defer it. I want to vote it down. That's my preference, but we'll wait till it's on the table and see what happens. The non-continuous annexations, there's a cost to that, and the problem is when we run utilities and everything else out there, the city comes with a commitment for road, emergency services on it. It's you guys who pay the cost to serve that stuff. The police station, beautiful. I've done a wonderful job. Deputy Chief, everyone involved on this, even the people with the blue tape. It keeps getting referenced. Done a wonderful job on the police station. This board here has stepped up to support that. All city staff have gone out of the way to make this, because when it comes down to it, the public safety, that's the one thing I think in Mount Juliet that sometimes you can just take it for granted that if something goes wrong in this city, these guys are on it, and they're doing I was going to say they're doing the best job in the state as a police department, but I've yet to find another department that's doing more, that's providing a better service for their citizens than what we have here in Mount Juliet. So appreciate everything that they do. Yes. Appreciate everything that they do and the hard work that they put in, because, there's so many times there's people that maybe didn't get the good raisins, as my mom used to say, as you guys did, but they come here with the wrong intentions, and they're here every night so that we can sleep good. So appreciate everything that they do. And with that, I will shut up and give the floor to the city manager for his comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks, everybody, for coming. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Today is an exciting time. We moved into this building in 1994, the building we sit in today. Nearly 36 years ago, I was hired on by the city as a police officer. There was two people hired about the same time, as a matter of fact. Sergeant Jerry Mundy, you guys may have heard of him. He's our local hero. He was killed in the line of duty in 2003, unfortunately. His widow's here, and the family, the Mundy family, is here. And I'm going to ask Tyler or somebody, how long ago was we broke ground on the current PD? The new one. 2 years ago. So I'll tell a little history here because I think it's appropriate. So 36 years ago, there were 8 police officers in the city of Mount Juliet. I want you to think about that. 8 police officers. And they shared cars. They called them hot seating, which means as soon as you got out of the car on your shift, somebody else got in. Jerry Mundy and I went to the police academy together, and I could tell you a lot of funny stories, and so could the family. But they're beloved. They're like Mount Juliet royalty, right? And for the sad reasons, but they're Mount Juliet royalty. Well, I left the church out today when I was making some announcements at the police department, but the building that the police department is in now was a church. And this city had an opportunity many years ago to buy that church, and we passed on it. And that was a big mistake on this city's part. But God works in mysterious ways. And so you fast forward 10 years later, and Joy Church finds them a new home on Bender's Ferry Road. And they built a new church. And I go to the church, and I get to talk to the pastor, amongst other people, about would they entertain selling the church that we missed the opportunity on 10 years earlier. And they not only sell the church to the city, they sell it to us for interest free. So it's basically just a note, and we pay it off early with your money, right? Because to create a home for the police department. And that has worked out flawlessly since they moved into that building. And then I continue to go to the commission about the land that's in front of it. And I want to thank this commission and previous commissions, because without the citizens over the many, many years and all the previous administrations of elected bodies and other people like Chief Charles McCrary and other people that made this city fabulous, they're not here today to be lauded on and loved on and hugged on. All those people are what made Mount Juliet what it is. The people in this room made it what it is. I say at every meeting, Mount Juliet's just a place on a map, right? It's the people. So there's family members here. So 2 years ago, when this commission blessed us with buying that piece of property, and we started down this journey of building us a new police station, it's not ours, it's yours, right? So does everybody remember that? So at that time, James Hambrick, who was a sergeant when I was police chief, he was my sergeant. Tyler Chandler's back there in the back. He was brought on as an explorer when he was 14 years of age. Mom, you remember all the details. Then he became a dispatcher. Then he became a patrolman. And all through the rank, he made his way up, just like Michael Mullins is standing over there. He was one of my officers. I call him our original canine dog. I mentioned that today. And it's laughable, but we didn't have canine dogs back then. Officers were the canine dogs. They sniffed out the drugs. These are people I've spent my 36 years here with. Lots of mayors, lots of commissioners, lots of other people, right? And so 2 years ago, when we broke ground, I made an announcement that day because I knew that Chief James Hambrick was leaving and retiring. So what better place to make that announcement on sacred ground than the police department? That was 2 years ago. So today you fast forward and we're to today, and we're having a ribbon cutting on that new station that they'll be moving into shortly. And God called upon me and said, what better time than to mention today of who's going to be the next chief? So Michael Mullins, who's standing right there, y'all see him up at the front, you recognize him. He's going to become the deputy city manager for the city of Mount Juliet, which is good because a lot of cities our size have 3 and 4 deputies. So the job is very hard to do all by yourself. So I'm very thankful for that. So Michael, welcome aboard. Tyler Chandler is the day that we named Michael the chief. I announced that he'd be the deputy. You know why? Because he earned it, just like Michael Mullins earned it. And sometimes the best people to get a job are the people that earned it. The people that were born and raised here and came up from when they were that officer like Jerry Mundy that went through the academy and spent 13 years of his life here working for this police department before somebody tragically took his life. That's this community. That's this city. And that's why we do what we do. We put the best of the best in the positions that they need to be in. And that's why you see all these men and women out here today. This city created a fire department that we didn't have 14 years ago. This city is one of only there's 346 cities in this state. There's only 10 with an EMS division. One of them's right here. You know who our counterparts are? Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, not Mount Juliet. We do that because it's about protecting the citizens. That's what it's about. That's why you have the greatest police department. That's why you have the greatest fire department. That's why you have the greatest public works and all the other departments that's in this city. For a city to do that on 11-cent property tax for 15 years is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And I am so thankful for that. I'm thankful for everybody that founded this city many, many years ago. This city was founded in 1835 and not incorporated until 1972. So think about all the phenomenal things that's happened in this city since then. So I'm proud of it. So what you're fixing to witness is history being made again. So Miss Mundy and your precious family, thank you. Thank you so much. We said we would not forget, right? We said we would never forget, and we didn't. And I got the opportunity and the blessing to spend 13 years working for this city to protect it back when we didn't have all the tools we've got today. And those tools are made available to us by the citizens of Mount Juliet and all the people that patronize this city and decisions at this table up here and budgets and things of that nature. So I'm here to say thank you on behalf of the city of Mount Juliet to the citizens for supporting the city of Mount Juliet, and in particular tonight, the police department. God bless you all. And Mayor, I turn it back over to you. It concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll move into the business portion of the agenda. I'll start with the consent agenda, and I will read this, which is starting with 8A, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet roadway and associated right-of-way on the East Division Street from the existing city limits at the northwestern property corner of parcel 72, 67, and 67 to the point approximately 2,293 linear feet along East Division Street, being located within the city's urban growth boundary. The next item is 8B, which is a resolution adopting the plan of services for the East Division Street roadway and right-of-way located around Clemens Road in Wilson County, Tennessee, located within the city's urban growth boundary. And then we have 8C, which is an ordinance to rezone the property located at 43 East Caldwell Street, approximately 0.57 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 3, from RS40 to CTC. 8D was deferred at said agenda. We also added the resolution and memorandum of ordinance that's for the East Division Street relative to the annexation of East Division Street from the existing city limits at the northwestern property corner of parcel 7267 to a point approximately 2,293 linear feet east along East Division. 10A. 10A is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget ordinance 2025-35 to transfer personnel funds from the police department to the executive department. 10B, which is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget ordinance 2025-35 to appropriate funds for the Town Center Trail Phase 3 and Lebanon Road Sidewalks Phase 3 projects that were recently awarded additional grants. 10C, an ordinance to rezone the property located at 4747B East Caldwell Street, approximately 1.2 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 5 and 6, from RS40 to CTC. 11D is an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet approximately 6.5 acres of property at 2964 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 73, parcel 64.05, the property being located within the city's urban growth boundary. And 11M. 11M is a resolution declaring the City of Mount Juliet Parks Department property as surplus to be disposed of at Gov Deals auction. All in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda does pass. And with that, the next item on our agenda is a swearing-in ceremony. City Manager, I'm going to recognize you. Are not sure what we're kind of winging it, I guess.
Yeah, Mayor, I appreciate it. Normally we'd have the city judge here, but since this is a little more impromptu, if you would do us the honors of doing the swearing in, the Chief Mullins and myself will help pin the stars and go through the ceremony with the family.
That'll be perfect. Then I'll go to the podium. If I turn this, I'm sure it messes up the camera angle. Oh, I'm getting shaking his head that I didn't break anything, so that's a good start. Got everybody in here. Let's get a little closer. I'll read the oath. Repeat after me, sir. I, Tyler Chandler, hereby affirm as follows.
I, Tyler Chandler, hereby affirm as follows.
I am qualified to serve as the Chief of Police of the City of Mount Juliet.
I am qualified to serve as the Chief of Police for the City of Mount Juliet.
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
I will support the Constitution of the State of Tennessee.
I will support the Constitution of the State of Tennessee.
I will support the Charter and ordinances of the City of Mount Juliet.
I will support the Charter and ordinances of the City of Mount Juliet.
And I will faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of Chief of Police of the City of Mount Juliet
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Chief of Police for the city of Mount Juliet,
to which I have been duly appointed.
to which I have been duly appointed.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Was said earlier after Kenny announced this at our groundbreaking ceremony, what an awesome opportunity to become a chief of police, where my bosses are a former chief of police, and now our deputy city manager, Michael Mullins, another former chief of police. But our community is a wonderful community, and our police department wouldn't be what it is today without our community support. Each of you in this room, we wouldn't be where we are today, because it takes your support to ensure all these officers have the support that they need to go out and protect this city. You know, there are communities out there that don't support their police department, and I never want to be in that place. And that's why we uphold trust so high here, because trust is so important. It's the foundation of everything that we do to keep this city safe. I'm grateful for an amazing team. I couldn't be here without each of you. I really couldn't. And y'all do good work every single day to protect this community. And I'm just honored to be your chief of police, really. I care about each and every one of you. You're my family. And I'm so grateful to serve in this journey with you and to be your chief of police. But with that, thank you to our elected board for all your support. Y'all truly back the blue. We're able to be a safe city because of your support. You know, like I said, other communities are not able to do that. Our mayor, you're constantly backing us up 24/7. You've rode along with me many a times in the past. So have our other city commissioners. And, you know, safe communities are able to thrive. People are able to go enjoy the park. They're able to shop at our local businesses or shop local and to have a safe place to enjoy and live. And we take it for granted here in Mount Juliet. We really do. And y'all put a high premium on public safety. We're grateful for that. I'm amazed at what we're able to do with that low tax rate that we have, because we do so much. And I've had many conversations with Kenny in his office about all the work that he has done over the years to keep this city where it is. You know, because we see other cities, they have much higher tax rates, much higher burden on our community members. And with the board, all the work that Kenny does over the year, we have it really good in our community. We really, really do. And I'm just grateful to serve such a wonderful community. Grateful that you hired me when I was just a little guy at 18 years old. Grateful that you started that Police Explorer program that I could be a part of to energize my career in law enforcement. Grateful to have good mentors like Chief Michael Mullins and Chief Hambrick over the years, Chief Ted Floyd over the years. All of you are a part of me, and everyone in this community is a part of me some way, somehow. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate everyone's patience. We obviously had something very important to take care of tonight as we get through this. And we took care of the legislative actions first that we needed to during the consent, and we're able to have the swearing in. So it's an exciting day in the city of Mount Juliet. With that, we'll get back to the business portions of our agenda here, and we'll start with 9A, which is a resolution approving a sales agreement for the city of Mount Juliet to sell approximately 5.16 acres of land identified as map 77, parcel 12.02, and approximately 1.32 acres of land identified as map 77, parcel 11.01, collectively known as the Golden Bear Properties, located in the city of Mount Juliet, Wilson County, Tennessee, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Have a motion. Motion is second. 9A is on the floor. We ready to vote? I don't feel like we are. I see city managers got a. Yes, sir.
Mayor, there was a slight oversight. I talked to Commissioner Giles beforehand and apologized. There's a sliver of land, 1.32 acres, if we're talking about the same piece of property on Golden Bear, that wasn't included in the real estate committee. I thought about running it back to that, but I thought it'd be best if the Board of Commissioners got to hear this first, so you could decide. I had spoke to the folks in regards to their offer, and I was transparent with them about I didn't feel like it was enough. I felt like it should be more, so I countered it to 2.1 instead of the 1.8. They countered back at 1.8. My personal opinion, not that it matters, I'm not an appraiser by any means whatsoever, is I think it should be more when you take the other acreage into consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Giles?
Oh, so that sliver of, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that sliver of land, that is where the 10-foot path isn't, isn't it? Okay, are you going to designate that as a PU, public access at PAE, public access easement? I think that's right. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to tear the path up, or are you going to designate it so that we can still use it in the city?
Let's get representation. Name and address, please.
Tulsi Patel, 210 Lakecrest Drive.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to maintain the 10-foot path along the frontage of Golden Bear. So we'll slightly shift. So yes, there will be a 10-foot path within those boundary of this sliver, but it might shift a little bit into our property.
Okay, so are you going to give us a PAE on that, a public access
Public-
easement?
Yes,
Okay, so y'all will maintain it, but we'll always be able to use it.
right, correct.
So where did you come up with the offer to give us? What are you basing that on?
So when we initially started conversations to purchase this property, we, city manager and I agreed to do an appraisal. So Russell Parrish, who serves on the real estate committee as well, I believe, he's the one who conducted the appraisal. The appraised value initially from him was 2.1. And we went back and discussed some of the comps that were used were there was a property on there which is 2486 East Division. That is the property that we're under contract to buy. So he was using the listing price as one of the comps. So I had then sent him a contract, which then the corrected appraisal reflected the correct value. Of course, that property has sat on the market for a very long time. I believe 2 years, a couple of years. So there were challenges with the listed price. They were never going to get that money because of the challenges with the property. So the corrected appraisal was for 1.8, and that I believe I've shared with you. So that's where the offer came from.
But that appraisal included that other acre. So we're talking about 6.16 acres. No, we're talking about almost 6.5 acres
Correct.
for 1.8 million.
Yep.
Off from Golden Bear.
Yep. That included the sliver and the triangle piece, which you should have a copy of the appraisal, and that will outline both of those
Yeah,
parcels.
correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, we didn't have that in the real estate committee when we looked at that, did we? That amount from the appraisal?
You would not have had the appraisal.
No. So, and because you used that appraiser, he couldn't comment in the meeting.
Gotcha.
So I just don't think it's enough money for that. And then, and then as far as where the restrooms are going to be on this Sutton development, that ingress and egress to that, are you also going to designate that as the PAE to the city?
It would be under a public access, yes.
Okay, and the restrooms?
I'm not sure how the legal aspect of that works, but I would have to check with our.
And
legal
the
team.
parking lot for it?
Correct. Designated parking spaces.
Yeah, but if it's not, don't we have PAE on that too? On areas where that we have, like over at the trailheads and stuff, is that not correct? So, I mean, if we don't have that, how do we know 20 years from now when this may resell or something, that we've got to have something, or we may not have parking there? I know your HOA will cover that, but still.
And I believe those are things that we can iron out, and I'm sure we can put an agreement in place that states, for the eternity, this facility would always remain a public easement.
Yeah,
unless,
that'll be on the plat.
Right.
If it's a PAE. Yes. Sorry.
There is a paragraph in the agreement, paragraph 28. It's post-closing obligations. You could add it to that paragraph that all greenways and parking lots will be included in a public access easement.
And then it would be recorded though on the.
And then
the
once you
plat.
got to plat,
Right,
it would also
right,
be
right,
recorded. But if you
right.
just want to capture it here as well, you
Right.
could do that.
Well, I really didn't know what, we talked about it in the real estate committee. I really didn't know what some of that land was selling for out there, because I have no reason to know or look for that. So we did have, because, obviously my concern is we can put a fire station right there on that piece of property. And if we do, then we don't have to try to go find something else. And so I found out that there's some other property out there, but the cost of that is maybe, $600 or $700 an acre. And I think that's right. Is that okay? So, and I know that if I'm not mistaken, you've reported that 4 acres of this is just usable, but you're going to use the other 4 for stormwater maintenance, aren't you, or something like that?
Well, there are wetlands on the property which would require us to not touch that area at all. So we wouldn't be able to use it for anything. We can't impact within that area. And then we also have to leave a buffer outside of the wetland area.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm like Kenny. I think thank you very much. I think it's just too low on an offer for that, because we've got to find land to put a fire station, so.
Yep. And I believe the property that was identified and reached out to is an existing church, and they have a building which they're putting a value to their building or to relocate. So their sales price is a little bit higher for that reason, because they have a value for the building.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Mullally.
I just have a little bit of history. I had asked about the 1.32 acres, the little stretch along East Division, because I didn't know the city owned it. So it was purchased by the city as a part of the Golden Bear right-of-way acquisition. When the city brought the new right-of-way for the road, this tract was deemed an uneconomic remnant. So we were required by federal law to purchase the remaining land, although the acreage, the 1.32 acres, was not needed for the road. And the city purchased that acreage for $30,000, a little over $30,000 at the time. So it's in my opinion, the 5 acres is not all usable. The trailhead and the restrooms, the city's not even able to use them. They're of no use really for the city, but that's going to be compensated for this other little sliver of land. You know, you can't do anything with it. I don't know that it's beneficial to the city. To me, I support the offer because I think what we're going to get in the long term is going to be far more beneficial.
Commissioner Hefner?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this a little differently. I'm looking at it as a savings to the citizens of Mount Juliet. Right now, we're spending taxpayer dollars to maintain that restroom. We're going to have to resurface the parking lot at some point. That's a significant cost. They're going to be taking on all of that, which is a savings to the citizens of Mount Juliet. I think we're tripping over pennies here for dollars. So I look at the savings that we're going to gain out of it. And as far as that sliver of land, you're putting a sidewalk there. You're going to be maintaining that. So you're going to be taking on the costs of maintaining the sidewalk. I don't know what else you can build on that little sliver of land that would make it of any value, because it's a pretty tight piece of property. So yeah, I'm looking at it more from a savings standpoint. And as far as putting a fire station on Golden Bear Parkway, that makes absolutely no sense. That's one of the most expensive pieces of property to put a fire station on Golden Bear, where we have identified other land, potential land that's not on Golden Bear, where we're having active conversations, which I think are pretty promising. But we're not going to be looking to build a fire station anytime soon. Am I correct in saying that? What are we talking, 3 years, 4? So there's things that can be worked out in the meantime. But that's, again, my opinion. I'm all in favor of you master developing that parcel, buying it from the city, and taking on that cost that's currently a burden to the taxpayers right now. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Vice Mayor?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the developer for all the phone calls that you guys have been dealing with me and back and forth. Obviously, land is not growing anymore in Mount Juliet, so I am concerned. I'm concerned the fact that our taxpayers have invested in time and effort into purchasing certain land within. Obviously, one was purchased, one was donated. So, obviously, as our city grows, we do look to the department heads. They are the subject matter experts, along with our staff, to let us know where the best area is for these fire stations or police stations and so forth. So I am a little concerned the fact that we are selling, 4.5 or 5 acres of usable land, and then we got to go around and turn around and potentially spend $800,000 per acre. Maybe not on the actual Golden Bear, which is, I agree, Commissioner Hefner, that it is prime real estate. But at the same time, it's also an opportunity for our first responders to get to the high traffic areas. And again, that's why I'm trying to look and see if there was an opportunity to flip flop those lots. It's kind of hard to decide on where we are tonight. It's already been a long day for the citizens. But at the same time, I just look to our city manager, our subject matter experts that are in our city, to work with staff, and also, again, with the developer, to see if there's an opportunity for to find a good piece of land that's close by. So I guess more to come, but I just want to express my concerns because, again, land is not growing in Mount Juliet anymore, and it's getting more and more expensive. So what we do have, I think we need to preserve. If we're not going to develop today, we need to at least make sure that we leave the next commission in a good place to make sure that they can make these tough decisions as well. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I will add that I have been encouraging our city manager to get that parcel sold for quite some time. And for some of the reasons I think Commissioner Hefner alluded to, it is commercial road frontage on Golden Bear. We do have some ongoing cost associated with it right at the moment. It's been a great concept, but some of the operational aspects of it and having public restrooms out there in a area such as that have led to issues, but I'll leave it at that. So I've encouraged our city manager to get this sold for some time, and we've got an offer on it. It is an opportunity to master develop a sizable area there off the side of Golden Bear, and it's an opportunity to convert a cost into a revenue source, so to say, for the city. City manager.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and of course, Ms. Tulsi, you're right. When I reached out to her originally about this property, I agree in total that I'm excited about the development. I'm excited about getting the replacement trailhead and the walkway. I think that's good because they're doing that. We get that in return. You're right. We don't have to do the maintenance. I'm just asking, I'm hoping there's a little bit more give because we've been looking at some of these other properties. And the concern is, we faced that here with our own property, our own 9 acres downtown, and nobody wanted to give us any money for the buildings because they were going to demo them. And one particular piece of property we're talking about to the tune of $3 million to buy a piece of property. It's far less acreage on a secondary lot. I guess you call it a B lot off of Golden Bear. And that's why I was saying I was just hoping and pleading just simply because of the efforts the city's going to have in putting into the property to understand our dilemma to some degree as well. So I'm for it. I think they're great developers. I think they're doing great work. They're phenomenal people. I'm the one that reached out to her per the mayor's direction and others. And I like it. I just hope we can just get a little bit more money just simply because of what we're going to replace it with. And if not, and the commission decides otherwise, that's fine as well.
All right. Well, I think I heard a suggestion maybe, which was to modify paragraph 28 with the easements on it. I don't know if there was anybody wanted to move on that one. Is that something you wanted to take on, Commissioner?
If y'all pass this, that definitely needs to be on there.
So I've written down all greenways and associated parking. I guess my question is who defines the associated parking?
That should be on the plat, wherever it's going to be. And we should know how many spaces, correct?
I would maybe just say something about the trailhead parking.
Trailhead parking. And we're calling that a what? A public access easement? Correct. So I'll make the motion then to add to paragraph 28, the public access easement for all greenways and parking associated with the trail.
What about hold on, may I ask a question? What about, they're supposed to put restrooms too. And if that comes at some point, if we can build, and that was the good thing about if we built that fire station there, we would have supervision there, for better words, at restrooms for 24 hours a day because of the fire department. So
And I'll add the restrooms.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
good. And restrooms. Is that?
Yeah.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Got it. All right. Any debate on the public access easement? All in favor of amending 9A to add the public access easement for the greenways and the parking associated with the trailhead and restrooms, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Back on 9A as once amended. Any other questions or comments?
one more.
Commissioner
I have
Giles?
One other question.
Yes, sir.
So is it going to be comparable to what we have there as far as the facilities are concerned? The restroom's not been defined. And again, hopefully we are able to put those next to the fire station, wherever that might be. But is it the same square footage that we have there in the
So-
facility?
I think we should rather focus on the number of stalls, maybe.
I don't know.
Right.
I've only been in one, and that was one time when we had an event there, I think. I don't know about the ladies' side. I don't know how many stalls you have.
I would say 2 to 3 for each gender should be very sufficient. So,
Not taking that bait.
I don't know. Yeah.
So you just do 2, and then 1 urinal?
sure.
That's technically 3-2, I guess. If we want to look at it. Okay? We'll meet in the middle. 3-2. Or, 3-2. Hey, whatever we can do to help out the guys. Longer line.
Commissioner Hefner, please save us.
Yes. How about, I'd like to propose we split it in the middle. Would you be amenable to $2 million?
For the purchase price.
Correct.
We can do that.
Okay.
We can do that.
Um,
For good faith.
Motion, so motion to change the sales price from 1.8 to 2 million.
I'll second.
It's paragraph 2.
That would be amending paragraph 2. Any questions or comments on the motion? All right. All in favor of modifying paragraph 2 from the sale price of 1.8 million to 2 million, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Back on 9A as twice amended. I was really counting on you, Commissioner, to save us on the restrooms too.
Try to change the subject.
Is there any, are we ready to, it's been amended twice, are we ready to vote or do we need more discussion on the bathroom stalls or anything? All right. All in favor of 9A as amended 2 times, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And 9A does carry. So if there's no objections, I will read 9B and C together. Hearing none, 9B, an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as Sutton located on Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47, 47.01, 48, 49, map 77, parcel 10.02, 11.01, and 12.02 from mixed use to mixed use and high density residential. 9C, which is an ordinance to rezone approximately 73.96 acres of property known as Sutton located on Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47, 47.01, 48, 49, map 77, parcel 10.02, 11.01, and 12.02 from OPS PUD to OPS and RS40 to CMU PUD and RS10 PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for the mixed use development. Is there a motion? Got a motion and a second? Okay, we got both 9B and C on the table. 9B being the land use plan and 9C being the PUD. I know we amended 9C several times from the last meeting. Got several things highlighted in red. Does planning have any comments to add on this?
I would like to just say that the applicant might have some comments on some of these conditions. So just make sure that you know that.
Anything from Public Works? What do you have, sir?
If I can't remember if a per lot contribution was discussed at the first reading.
Yeah.
But if it is, our standard comment that it be applied at the issuance of the erosion control permit on the single family residential. I'm going to talk this one out for the multifamily. The apartments within our department are permitted as commercial. So say, for instance, if there's 10 units in a building, the applicant will be required to pay the per lot contribution for all 10 units at the time of the erosion control permit for that specific
For the
commercial
building.
unit. Yes, sir.
Mhm.
And
So-
I can get Emily that language.
Well, the standard language I have is a voluntary contribution of $7,500 per lot. So, yeah, we need to with the multifamily. Commissioner Hefner, did you have something?
I'd like to add the stoplight, and I met with the applicant last week, talked through this with them. So I believe they're amenable to this. And the stoplight, so they've agreed to put in the stoplight bear the cost on that with 100% credit coming off of their contribution. They will have it constructed and built and operating 90 days after the issuance of the first CO of the commercial property. Correct? So I don't know how I put that in the form of a motion, but I can attempt to. So I'd like to move that the 90 days from the issuance of the first commercial property issuance, that the light be operational and that the cost, 100% of the cost to place that light there operationally is given a credit off of their so kind voluntary contribution. So that's one motion. I've got a second one with East Division.
Make sure I've got that correctly. 90 days after the first commercial. 90 days. Is that you said 90th CO or 90
It's
days?
90 days from operational, 90 days from the issuance of the first CO. So the grocery store. So
Okay.
when we issue so when the CO is issued for the grocery store, it gives them 90 days to build
The
and
light.
construct the light.
And 7 days for it to flash.
Correct.
And that will be done. That will be credited back from the
contributions.
So they'll pay for the lot and they'll get credit up until the point of the light. Because
Correct.
Because the light will be in before the erosion control, possibly on most of these. All right. You think from Public Works, good on that?
I would just like to add that whenever the letter of credit's placed on the work for the traffic signal, that whatever figure that is will adjust the per lot contribution accordingly. Just a note in there to generalize that, not knowing what the cost. I'm assuming that there will be remaining funds that the city will have after the cost of that traffic signal.
Correct. That's my assumption. I'll say
I'm
that's my
assuming
assumption.
that. So we can
The
craft some
balance of
language.
the funds.
So we'll just adjust the per lot contribution accordingly based on the traffic.
We need to adjust the per lot contribution or just keep collecting as we go and then just take the balance after the fact.
That would require an escrow, I'm assuming, to do that. That all the funds are placed into an escrow that then pays out. I'd want to avoid that by just deducting the cost of the signal from the total per lot contribution amount.
Okay.
It's just we got to have something to base the signal cost off of.
And okay, so that's going to be captured with the letter of credit.
Correct, at construction, yes, sir.
Okay.
Traffic signal.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that at my?
The letter of credit amount will include the total price to construct the traffic signal.
Correct. That is
Okay.
placed as a surety for the signal, and that will determine the credit that they receive.
Off the letter of credit's price.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I see what you're doing. And I may need help wording that. But let's I guess we got Commissioner Hefner's, that was a motion for that?
Correct.
Well, did someone second that or? Okay, got a second on it. Any
The question, has the 7,500 been like motioned for?
No.
that's not, I don't think it's in, I don't think.
I know it was discussed, but I don't, know that it was ever motion.
Well, it would be in red.
No, it wasn't. So we need to.
I'm out of color toner, so I had to print in black and white.
Oh,
Should I make that motion, or do we want to vote on? I guess we'd have to.
do you want to vote on this and circle back to it? Just keep it clean.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions and comments on the motion on the table? All right. All in favor of 90 days after the first commercial CO, they will have the traffic light 100% operational, and it will be credited. They will be credited back from their contributions for the cost. Did I butcher that? No, okay. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We're on back onto 9C as once amended. Ready?
I got two more. There should be quick. I got two more, and then I'm done. Okay. The East Division Street, as everyone knows, and I mentioned quite often, is an extremely dangerous road. The applicant's been working with Public Works to identify certain sections on East Division that are hazardous, dangerous. People have rolled off of the road, been injured. There's been fatalities on that road. So I've asked the applicants to put up guardrails, designated areas defined by Public Works. They've agreed to install those guardrails in conjunction with Public Works and the designated areas that they outlined. So they've agreed to do that. The cost associated with it, I believe you said was roughly 300
Yep.
ish.
So the guardrails themselves are 300, and then there's cost to relocate any utilities if we have to.
So
And the
Yep.
conversation that I've had with Mr. White was that he would like us to relocate the utilities if we have to outside of the design road improvements that are in place for East Division. So then when they go back and fix the East Division, they don't have to relocate the utilities. They
Okay.
would already be in place.
they would already, okay.
Yep.
So my motion is what? Sure. Sure.
Okay. My question is, the area that you're wanting to put the guardrails, is that in city limits or
Defer
not?
with.
As far as the road is concerned?
Largely, yes, it would be within city limits. There's one stub that may or may not be in the county, but honestly, I think we take that one out, keep everything between 11 and Dart Road and their frontage along East Division.
Yeah.
Well, I had another comment, but I'll wait for your motion.
So I moved to, I don't know what the motion is. Think about how I'm going to word this. So I move that the applicant install proper safety guardrails at predefined locations designated by Public Works, and the cost of those guardrails be considered offside road improvement to be credited back from their contribution, and as a matter of public safety. Very dangerous road. So
Okay, I have the motion as, was there a second on that? Got a second there. All right. The motion was the applicant to install guardrails defined by Public Works and that they would receive credit from their voluntary contribution. Good. Yeah, good. Right. Yes, sir. And I'm pushing your, there it goes. Yes.
Sorry, I'd like to add a limit on that just as a show of faith to them. I've measured it. It's going to come out to around 3,000 linear feet of guardrail. If we could add that to the motion, that way when it comes through at FMDP, we know exactly the extents.
I'll agree to add that.
You? Okay. Any objections? Yes, sir.
Sorry, I do have one more. Something I would wish to add at request of the developer. We had some language in McFarland Farms about helping with right-of-way as needed.
Is this for this motion?
Yes, this would honestly be this improvement's really where they're going to potentially have to acquire right-of-way. So it'd be best to keep these together. It would kind of long. Should I read the language we had in McFarland Farms? Or can we just add it as a paragraph?
Well, you have to read it so we know what it is.
Yep. There we go. For the offsite improvement, the developer will make all due diligence to acquire the necessary easements or right-of-way. If unsuccessful after 120 days of due diligence, the City of Mount Juliet agrees to proceed with the public acquisition process in order to facilitate the attainment of said easements or right-of-way, including, if necessary, the eminent domain process, as the improvements in question are necessary to the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. The easements or right-of-way will be based on an appraisal and a review appraisal by state licensed appraisers, and such appraisal will be shared with the City of Mount Juliet. All expenses, including easements, acquisition services, appraisals, etc., will be at the expense of the developer.
I didn't get all that written down.
That's right, I got it.
And just a blanket comment here. There's nothing wrong with sending your emotions in advance or printing them out. I know the ladies keeping up with the notes would appreciate it. All right. I'm familiar with it, but I couldn't repeat it. You're good with it? Are you? Yes. All right. Commissioner Mullally.
Okay. On the contribution, so potentially with the signal and the garden rails could be $1 million by the time the two are together. Yeah, could easily be $1 million. I don't have a problem with the signal coming out of that, but if you spend $500,000, whatever, if you have to move the utilities, those guardrails are going to be removed with the east widening project.
Correct.
So I agree. It's a horrible road that guardrails need to be there. I think the county should have put them there years and years ago. And I also think a lot of it has to do with personal accountability, speeding, not paying attention to the road. I think that should come into play as well. So I would rather that $500,000, whatever, go toward the widening project. We're trying to build the pot to go toward the widening project. So if we keep taking from it, we've already had to take from the Amazon contribution for the water relocation on the corner of East Division. So, that came out of that. So if we keep taking little bits, it's going to take longer to build that fund amount to go toward the East Division widening project. So personally, they're going to be torn out anyway. I think it would be better to put that money toward, not on the signal, but for the guardrails toward the widening project.
Commissioner Hefner.
What's the estimated cost right now today to widen East Division Street, including moving that pipeline, that gas pipeline? I can tell you what it was a couple of years ago, but what was your figure?
Last time we met, I gave you a sheet, an estimate, total estimation cost. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's around 80 million.
$80 million.
Somewhere in that range.
We've got 8. Yeah. How many years do you think it's going to take us to collect another $70 million? And how many deaths are going to occur on that road waiting for $70 million in contributions to come up?
Another point, we will be going after federal funding, which will cover 80% of that cost. So the city will be responsible for probably 15 million.
Okay.
If I do the math right.
And what's your timeline? Even if it's $15 million, what's your timeline for that?
Probably 2032 to start construction.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at 7 years between now and 7 years. So we're going to roll the dice, hope nobody gets killed on that road over $500,000. I don't know. That doesn't sit well with me. I'd much rather save lives, spend $500,000 now, and then wait and hope that we get a federal grant, and wait and hope that this thing actually starts construction. That's starting construction. How long is it going to take to move that gas line?
That'll be done before construction starts.
Okay. So when's
all
it-
the utilities will have to be done before we start.
When do you expect it all to be completed?
It'll probably construction. It's probably 3 miles, probably 2 to 3 years.
So we're looking at
2034, 2035.
Okay.
That's
so
just a
10
rough-
years.
rough
so,
guess, yeah.
So roughly 10 years, rough guess.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't personally $500,000 to save some lives. How many accidents have we had there in the last year, 2 years? There's been fire chief.
Most of that was section of that road. So a lot of that is.
Okay. Well, we've had some wrecks.
The city section hasn't been that high, but the county section has had some high crash rates.
Well, yeah.
Well, I don't think we haven't set the voluntary contribution just yet, but assuming it's within standard, I think I'm showing about 4.8 million collected in this. So you take out the traffic light, this should be at least $4 million more.
Right. And that was my third item. Was anything left over? Roughly, I'm hearing roughly $4 million would go towards the widening, go towards that pot of money. So we're getting closer to the $15 million, even with this being covered.
Let's, if there's no objection, let's vote on the motion on the table. And all I can do on the part there is just reference the language from the McFarland piece that Todd brought to us. Is there?
What did you say about the time frame to install the guardrail?
We wouldn't start construction until 2027. So it's up for discussion for the board. We would prefer it to be when we have our phase. Phase 2A and so just the entire phase 2 and 3 when they're under construction, the guardrails to kind of simultaneously align with that timeline.
So when do you think that would be? You think it would be in 27, 29?
27 is when we would start construction. Correct. Prior to that, yeah. Yeah. I will say that we've had some experience having to relocate some utilities, especially where McFarland is. We had to move about 50 feet of gas line, and Piedmont quoted us $832,000. So just to keep that in mind, is there may be a hefty cost involved. We have no control over that.
But that is one thing that's going to have to be moved for the widening anyway.
Yeah.
So that's got to be done one way or the other.
Right. Yeah. But to Commissioner Mullally's point, the cost of it could exceed more than what you're thinking. So if you want to put a cap on it to say, if it's more than $1 million, we come back to this body to discuss how you would like to proceed. If you want us to do the improvement, or if you'd rather just take the voluntary contribution and that allocate it elsewhere, we're open to that.
Commissioner Mullally.
I'll amend it to, I'll vote on it if we can do an amendment to cap it at 500,000. Then they don't do it.
Well, is there a second to amend this to cap at 500,000? Okay, we got a second, Commissioner Giles. Commissioner? So you're saying is if it exceeds 500,000, the project will not move. This
The
requirement will not.
guardrails will not happen.
Okay. Commissioner Hefner?
Yeah, I like where you're going with that, but rather than kill it altogether, how about it triggers a conversation that if it's not 500,000 and it ends up being $1 million or 750 or whatever, anything above 500,000, then they come back to the board and we decide, okay, do we just put this off, add that contribution amount, add that cost to the contribution, or do we vote and let them, because it could come back at 510, 600,000. I would like to see it come back if it exceeds that 500,000, including moving the utilities versus just killing it.
Would you be agreeable to define the action of coming back to the board as consideration by separate resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that good?
Good with that? Are you good? Okay. Yeah, I think by doing it as a separate resolution will save staff and everybody a lot of time. Okay, I'm going to try to summarize what we have here, which is the applicant to install I'm going to start over. The applicant to install guardrails as defined by Public Works and receive credit for voluntary contribution limited to 3,000 linear feet. We're also going to include the same language that we included from McFarland on that. Total project is capped at $500,000, and if it exceeds that, it will come back to the board for consideration on a separate resolution. Everybody good?
Very good.
All right. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right. And I believe that was the second amendment. Okay. All right. You got, sorry. Go right for it.
The applicants are amenable to voluntary contribution in the amount of $7,500 per residential unit. I motion for that to be added. And then any credits from improvements go toward anything left over from the credits of the improvements go towards the Lebanon Road widening fund. Are we calling it a fund now? Yeah. Go towards Lebanon, East Division. Sorry, thank you. East Division. I'm already thinking about Lebanon Road. East Division Street. Thank you.
All right. So we got a voluntary contribution of $7,500 per residential unit to be paid at the erosion control permit issued, and the money's allocated for the previously defined unit or requirements. The remaining amount to be allocated towards the East Division Street widening.
Correct.
Okay. For the second? Yes, Commissioner Giles.
And I think what you were referring back to were the improvements that we've just been discussing, not the other improvements,
Yeah, the
just
two-
these specific
Yep.
ones. Yes.
And we
okay.
can define it as the guardrails and traffic light if we need to.
Yes, I think we need to.
Rails and
Traffic lights.
Traffic lights.
Yeah.
Is there objection? All right, good. And yes,
I wanted clarification is we want to make sure we have the LDP in place before we make our contribution. So the erosion control.
get going, please.
The erosion control is the permit you need before you go vertical.
Well, by phases is what I'm saying. We want to make sure that we capture that we pay by phases. Yeah.
Works for me.
I've got no objections to doing it by entire phase. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, erosion control would be by phases.
Okay.
So then I think it makes sense to keep it clean unless we're tying it to building permits or COs.
So I mean, what I'm hearing is for the single family residential portion, you want to do it by plat,
Correct.
pay it in bulk at plat.
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
Well, yes, that erosion control permit.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And we added erosion control permit just to make sure that's kind of standard language for us, to make sure everything gets captured, recorded when we're captured, because that's.
Yeah, what I'll
Yes.
say is what she's wanting to do, that what the language we've got, we can keep that because that's the floor. And if they want to pay in excess, that's up to them. But if they want to do it, capture it that way, it's fine.
It's
Yeah.
easier for the county.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm going to collect the voluntary contribution of $7,500 per residential unit to be paid at the time of the erosion control permit is issued. The monies will be allocated first for the traffic light, the guardrails, and then any remaining balance be allocated to East Division Street improvements. Pretty good. Any discussion on that? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Now we're back on the ordinances 3 times amended. Yes, sir.
This is just to clean up the resolution on the sale related to the greenway, the restrooms, and the trailhead parking. I would like to request that the board make a note that, as I just said, that all greenway trails, restroom facilities, and trailhead parking shall be within a public access easement and maintained by the HOA. And the reason I ask for that is that will, as it is codified, will ensure that that is included on any applicable plats.
Okay. We did amend the previous ordinance to capture the public access easement, but you're asking for that access easement to be maintained by the HOA just to capture the PUD.
I think Commissioner Giles had talked about maintenance responsibilities.
Okay.
We would like that to be done by the HOA, and the access easements codified so the public can access the facilities.
That can be, oh, I'm sorry, you asking me, yeah, that can be included in the notes on the actual plat, can it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Shane's just asking for it to also be included in the ordinance, so that way it's not missed at plat, because the sales agreement will really never be seen again.
Yeah, I intended for, yeah.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hefner.
I just want clarification, is your commercial property going to have an HOA? Do we need to get into it? Because the bathrooms are going to be intermixed with the commercial property.
They will be with the residential amenity center. So
Okay.
they will be maintained by our master HOA.
Okay, master HOA.
Yep.
Okay, got it. I'm good.
Okay. And just to clarify, that was for the HOA to maintain everything in the public access easement. Oh, Did you name everything, the restrooms?
I can reread it for you, sir.
Yeah, please.
It'd be the greenway trails, restroom facilities, and trailhead parking.
Okay. And we would add that under Public Works, I assume,
Yes, sir.
or engineering.
And we'll get those comments to Emily.
I don't think so. But you can bring it up. I want to ask a question.
So we'll be adding an item number 33 under engineering, that the public access easement be maintained by the HOA for the greenway trails, the restrooms, and the trailhead parking.
That'll work. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Questions or comments?
How do we know how many parking spaces they are?
No, that's like the stalls. We don't.
Well,
Do you have any comments on the number of parking spaces?
Maybe
Yeah,
if I'm,
that's something we can work with staff.
that's what I was going to
And-
suggest,
and
maybe
just-
work with, because
yeah.
they're used to that and they know.
Yep,
especially-
exactly.
If it's part of the amenity
Yeah.
center,
Yeah.
you're going to be maintaining the amenity center anyway. So it
Yeah,
seems
no,
like
we
it
can-
would be naturally.
Yeah, we have ample parking on street surrounding the amenity center as well. So there will be several parking spaces. But yeah, we'll work with the staff to figure out how many spaces exactly are needed.
Perfect. Right. So Amendment 4, which was adding item number 33 under engineering for the public access easement to be maintained by the HOA for the Greenway Trails, public restrooms, and trailhead parking. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Back on the ordinance 9C as 4 times amended, actually 9C and 9B. Anything else? Ready? Yes.
I've got some clarification items that I wanted to go through once you guys are through with amending it.
Oh, I don't have any.
Just let me get,
Comment.
yes, let me turn your mic on. There
Okay.
you, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
At first reading, I brought up the driveways on the townhomes. I wanted those as standard, but I was picturing driveways. So now that I've seen a picture of what it is, it's not really driveways. It's more like pads. So
Parking pad.
yeah. So I have a clear picture of what it is going to be, and I'm fine with that.
Yep.
So that's all.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from the Public Works comment conditions in the ordinances, I wanted to discuss item 6C 1 and 2. I believe, actually, we've already captured that, so never mind. So 17C, which is that Public Works does not support our second access on Rutland because it does not meet the standard spacing requirement. We just wanted some discussion surrounding this. I believe Todd may have some comments. We want to make sure that access is granted.
So you're on staff report.
Ordinance number 17C under Public Works comments.
I'm reading 17C under Public Works Engineering.
Yep.
I show site access 3, the proposed,
Yep.
as proposed on Rutland Drive does not meet HSAM spacing requirements and therefore is not supported. However, the capacity analysis indicated the driveways be located outside the queuing from the signal of Rutland Drive and Golden Bear Gateway. That, we're on the same page? Okay.
Yep. So I guess my question would be, would it be supported?
Todd, you have any, do you have anything to add on that one?
Yeah. Access, always a hot button issue where staff is leaning pretty heavily on the TDOT HSAM Highway Safe Systems Access Manual. This particular driveway did not meet our driveway spacing clearance. However, based on the traffic study they proposed, it is outside the functional area of that intersection once it is signalized. So there's not a huge safety concern from staff, but it does not meet code.
So the request is for a variance then, is that
Correct.
what I'm hearing?
Yep. I believe the standard is 300 feet, 330, and I think we are at 250. on the other side. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to visualize it here.
If you look at it, it's from where the big box retail grocery store.
Yeah, it's the access on Rutland Drive closest to Golden Bear Gateway.
Okay. No objections to the other one. It's the second one closer that's
correct.
Okay. And you're saying with the traffic lights, the queuing capacity, I guess the traffic light, the queuing is not going to be an issue.
No.
Because I assume people are going to have better flow of traffic out there with the lights added. So,
Yeah, it's not expected. The traffic's going to back up past this driveway, so the left turns aren't going to be across a queue, but it doesn't meet our standard.
yeah, I just needed to visualize it on here on the drawings. Sure. Commissioner Giles?
I'll make a motion for the variance.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second on that for the variance. It says here reading does not support and therefore is not supported. I guess just strike the not.
Yeah.
All right. Vice Mayor Trevette.
So I'm gonna go back to you, Todd. I mean, so with this change, is there any recommendations to make any road improvements since we are going to give this variance? Is there any concerns there? Just to make sure that, if we do a road improvement to be able to help offset that traffic or anything, or what? I know I'm putting you on the spot last minute because you probably didn't think this was going to pass, but at the same time, I think it's important for us, for staff, to make sure that we at least look out for the residents that are on that road.
It wouldn't hurt to add a left turn lane there.
That's what I was thinking.
But I'd need to verify to make sure that it wouldn't conflict with any turn lanes from the signal, but it shouldn't. So, yeah, I would recommend a left turn lane.
That way traffic's not so backed up further. If there are people turning left, there's, in a sense, is that something you guys can work together on, or?
We can work together and see if it's needed.
Okay.
And then we already have a left turn lane, so the collector would just then be extended. If I can point out, that access is going to be used for the back of the house for the big box mainly. That's not for a lot of traffic. That I don't believe it's going.
Will semi trucks be going in and out of there by chance, or anything else for the commercial, or no?
But yes, a left turn lane is something that's already in the plan.
Oh, is it already
Yeah,
in the plan
yeah,
then? Okay.
yeah.
Todd, is that correct on your end?
It's not in the ordinance, but at the same time, that's something that pretty often can get added at FMDP because it is site related and they're
Okay.
causing the need. So we can codify that now, or we can take care of that at FMDP. That's up to you.
What do you guys recommend? It's recommended just FMDP?
I'd just say FMDP.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to make sure we cover our bases there. Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item number 17 under engineering, specifically number C, to strike the word not. Any other questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're back on the ordinance.
Yeah.
Back on the main ordinance.
So we've already touched on this a little bit, but any off-site improvements that we do, particularly to East Division, we want to make sure that cost of right-of-way acquisition or any easement acquisitions that we have to do are also deducted from that voluntary contribution.
I'd say that was my intention, but I don't think it was captured.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
If it helps, I don't think any of their other improvements require right-of-way acquisition.
Just the
Just
guardrails?
installation. Yep.
Yeah. There's room for the signal at Golden Road Gateway and Rutland Drive within the existing right of way.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hurt to codify
Correct.
as well.
Yeah, I'll just make the motion to clarify this to be added under engineering, that the right of way cost for the guardrails be included in the total cost. You got a second? Any questions or comments? Say the right of way cost be included in the total cost for the guardrails, which we've got the five, if they're needed, yes. Which would apply to that $500,000 cap. We got a second on that? Questions or comments? All in favor of amending this to spell out that the right-of-way cost is captured for the guardrail cost? Please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's amendment number 6.
And I have a couple of planning, just housekeeping items. I think John has stepped away, but number 27 under the planning comments. John and I spoke earlier, and it says detention ponds easements shall not be counted towards improved open space requirements. With us having some public access easements and other easements, I think utility easements was what was the intention here, right? Utility.
Confirmed, yes.
Yep. So just add the word utility in front of easements, if you agree to that.
I'll make the motion to add the word utility in front of easements. Is there a second? Got a second. Questions or comments? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Clean that up will be 7 times amended.
That is true. I've got 4 more items. I can just read them together, so then you guys can just, it's that way we're not going through the same thing. So the second item is 37B, which is side setback. It states that it's 7.5 feet. We have requested an aggregated 15 feet, which is essentially 7.5 feet for each lot, but just aggregated between 2 lots.
That's so it can,
Correct.
I assume, due to terrain or other.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have more?
Oh, yes. Number 39, just requesting clarification on the height variance for the multifamily buildings to be 55 feet of livable space. And of course, the fire chief has also stepped out right now.
55 feet of
Yeah.
livable space. So this means signage on top is not counted,
Yep. And
or clock
pitch
towers
roofs
or whatever creative
art. Yep.
architectural. Okay.
Yep. And then the next one is number 45. The Board of Commissioners granted a waiver to allow townhome balconies to encroach into yards. I believe that the clarification needs to be yards and or setback area.
Yards are setback.
Yeah.
Singular.
Our code refers to it's referred to as a yard throughout the code. The setbacks dictate your yard. And our code offers allowances. There are encroachments that are allowed into yards. It just uses yards. That's why we use the word yard.
Okay, what was the 4th one?
That's Yep. So lastly, I would like for the board to consider number 46, which is a masonry requirement of 70% and secondary material, 30% to 50-50. Our intention behind that is just to provide more aesthetically pleasing architectural and exterior facades, and just giving variety to the single family in towns.
Well, I will try it this way. Is there objection to considering all four of these at once?
Including the 46.
Yep, 46, yes, 40, I got 45, 46, 39, and 37B.
I would support all of them except 46.
Okay, well then we'll tackle that one separately. Any objections to considering the other three? Okay, then I'll make a motion in 37, 37B be changed. We'll strike under setback 7.5 to 15 feet aggregated. Aggregated. 39 is the Board of Commissioners approves a waiver for up to 55 feet of livable space and for the building height. And then 45, the Board of Commissioners grants a waiver to allow townhome balconies to encroach into the yard or setback. Okay, get a motion. Questions or comments on these three? All right, all in favor of these, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? It does pass. And then number 46, the Board of Commissioners approves a waiver for 50%, wants to change the 70% to 50% of masonry facade materials and 50% of secondary facade materials per structure for the entire PUD. Have a motion. Questions or comments on this one? Commissioner Hepner?
What would be the other material? And please don't say vinyl.
Board and, no, I believe that's one of the conditions, no vinyl, but board and batten, hardy, cementous,
Okay.
cementous
The things that
material.
we've approved in the past.
Right, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Similar to Jackson Hills.
What's that?
Similar to Jackson Hills.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Mullally?
Have we, I don't know about Jackson Hills because I wasn't here. So I can say in the past 6 years, have we ever approved a variance for 50/50?
Certainly for commercial buildings, yes. There are a number. For a mixed use item like this, I can say we've done 60/40 for sure. Yeah, I would support. We supported the original 50/50. Staff would at planning. I'm not adverse to it. And I don't think it's out of line.
Could we amend that to 60/40?
Well, I mean, we just wanted to provide a lot of variety to this area. It's going to be a trendsetter, and we want it to be 50/50. I think we need variety in this area. I think everything else just looks the same. We want it to stand out.
Are you asking if the that made the original motion, if they're agreeable, 60/40?
Yeah, so there's a motion on the table for
50/50.
50/50. So I was wondering if.
I don't have a problem with 50/50.
Okay.
I don't know about everybody else.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll reread it. The Board of Commissioners approves a waiver for 50% masonry facade materials and 50% secondary facade materials per structure for the entire PDU. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. We're on this. Back on 9C is 9 times amended. Any other questions or comments?
One last thing. We,
Is this the last?
We have a lot of last things.
we asked for a variance for the commercial to have outdoor display. This was something that planning recommended that we probably need with the grocery store. So the commercial to be able to have outdoor displays, is that correct, John?
Correct. I will say though, we weren't I was not aware of this request at Planning Commission, so this would be a new request. We do have, working through the process now, is an amendment to one of our other PUDs, and for something similar for displays.
I think we all know which one.
Staff could support it. Yes, absolutely.
Do you have any suggested language for this, like the grocery store can set watermelons out, or?
I would just outdoors. Would they be seasonal? How do you want to?
I think all year round they would have something out there.
Don't leave watermelons out all year round. That's probably where this started, was with enforcement
Yeah.
issues. Commissioner Giles.
Isn't there a space too that goes along with that? Because if not, we're going to run into what we did with Lowe's up here at Paddocks one time. So a lot of those grocery stores have it within so many feet of their front window, their facade
Correct.
there.
Yeah.
So I think that if I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think that needs to be defined. If not, they could have hay bales out in the middle of the parking lot
Well,
for
that's
sale.
that's not the intention. I think
I
just
know it's not the
attached to the
intention,
building.
but I'm just saying, once they're doing it and we've approved it here, so I think that needs to be on there. And I
Right.
don't know if that's in front within 10 feet, 8 feet, I don't know.
I'm guessing this applies to one use on the site.
Well, sorry, that was so loud. But even to some of the restaurants that may display their menu outside, or just even something small, which that 8 feet would cover plenty of things for that use. But for the bigger box, I do think the 8 feet might be too small.
Well, you think
Yeah.
10 feet would work?
20. Yep, and then the pad would obviously be attached to the building, but it would just be outdoors instead of in the building.
I don't think the restaurant use would need something like this. So this would apply to the big box store, correct?
That's correct, but you've seen those signs that people have out on.
That's a signage thing, not a storage, outdoor storage.
Right, not
thing.
storage, yep.
Right.
Yep, just signage
Or
display.
outdoor display. That would be. The reason I ask is we could word the condition then to apply to the big box
Correct.
facility only, which would make it clear as day.
That'd be okay.
I don't think we want storage, outdoor displays around the restaurants either. Anyway, I mean, when is that done?
I mean, like it's a patio for dining. I don't think you're
That's
talking about that, but
that
you don't
doesn't-
want them
yeah.
stacking their bales of peanuts out. on the
There's
front.
nothing, right. It would be something like that.
Commissioner Hefner.
What are we talking about? Could we be not so cryptic?
Well, let's say
Are
if
we
you go
talking
to,
about tractors? What do we?
No, if you
without
go-
giving away the name of the big box.
if you go to Kroger, sometimes they have their pumpkins outside, they have their flower pots, their plants out on the outside. Maybe I think they may even have like a swing displayed in the summer, which is outside. So
Okay.
things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So merchandise.
Correct. Yeah, merchandise.
Okay. Okay. All right. I was like, what are we talking about here? Okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
I know this really confuses everybody out there watching, and they're like, you're getting into watermelons and swing sets out in front of the store, and then when a rezone comes up, you're like, it could be anything allowable. And this is just to be clear, this is a planned unit development, so it does allow us a lot of back and forth in this, where we don't get there's a lot of things in here is what we call developed by straight zoning. So that's just, it's allowed by zoning. It can happen here. We get in the PUD, we can get into a lot more detail. So I know sometimes that's confusing. People call me up and say, what's going to be on that lot? I'm like, I don't know. And then here you hear us talk about watermelons potentially. So I acknowledge the confusion. So, merchandising was allowable in front of the big box retailer
I would
under the awning.
Permit outdoor displays for the big box commercial element of this PUD. If that is defined in a phase, that could change. We don't have lot numbers right now because it's too early on. Yeah, I think something along those lines, to allow outdoor displays associated with the big box retailer in this PUD.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna say either put a foot limit or just say directly adjacent or adjoining the exterior of the building.
Fifteen feet. 15 feet from the exterior, front exterior.
Yep.
Okay. So to permit outdoor displays for, that's permit outdoor displays for big box retailer 15 feet from the front exterior.
I might say associated with the big box. Outdoor displays associated with the big box retailer. Does that work, Sam?
That's fine with me. Yeah. Is there a second on that? Are there any questions or comments on it? Yeah, this horse is beat. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back on the 9C and B. 9C as amended 10 times. Was that the last final? Todd, yes, sir.
I'm so sorry. Public Works comment 20. I just want to clarify and amend to state all roads serving multifamily commercial portions of the site shall be private, as shall residential streets deriving access from them. It clarifies the condition, but also there's that one little cul-de-sac. You can't have a public street deriving access only from a private street. And that takes care of that. It would just make that one cul-de-sac private.
Okay, do you have any way of defining that cul-de-sac?
So that's why I tried
It's the only cul-de-sac, it'd be real easy.
It would be. That's why I said I'd go with public streets deriving access only from our residential streets deriving access only from commercial or private streets. Sorry, shall be private. Yes. No, I'm bad with words right now. Residential streets only deriving access from private streets shall also be private streets.
Oh, like this. Could you point out which one?
So residential streets only deriving access from private streets shall also be private streets.
This little guy. Yeah.
Was that a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Mullally.
So how would this affect the public access from Golden Bear down to the public trailhead and restroom? Would that affect it?
The cul-de-sac.
That was already going to be private in the ordinance, and that would just have a public access easement.
Okay, so I mean, that's okay. Okay. All right.
Addition to them, addition to the, yeah.
This is this little guy.
All right, any questions or comments on this? All right, all in favor of adding to number 20 that residential streets only deriving access from private streets be also private, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back on 9C as amended 11 times. I want to remind everybody by law, if you amend something 12 times, you have to pass it. So I don't know what law that is, but it sounds like a good one at the rate we're going. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of 9B and C as amended 11 times, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? So both 9B and 9C do pass.
Thank you.
So now we've reached new business. 11A, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet approximately 19.56 acres of property at 3150 Nonneville Road, map 31, parcel 32.01, the property being located within the city's urban growth boundary. Is there a motion? All right, hearing no motion, 11A dies for lack of a motion or second. 11B, which is an ordinance to rezone the property at 6600 Central Pike, approximately 8.21 acres, map 97, parcel 18 from RS40 to CMU. I'll make a motion. Motion and second. Questions or comments on 11B? All in favor of 11B, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 11B does carry on first reading. For second reading, we're going to skip the next meeting and be back after that for second reading of the item. 11C, which is an ordinance to rezone the property located at 1316 Clearview Drive, approximately 1 acre, map 77H, Group C, Parcel 2, from OPS to CTC. Is there a motion? Is there a second? We have a motion and second. 11C is on the table.
Property owner, the one.
The applicant?
The applicant.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have representation for this project? Yes, sir.
Kenneth Powers, 977 Chandler Road, Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
Okay, so in the anticipation of what's going there, is there any kind of information you could give us?
Yeah, I can tell you what our plans are and who we've been talking to and have pretty good interest in doing. We've got proposed on both lots a 24,000 two-story building that will be anchored upstairs by office, and I'm putting my office in like we did at Providence Station. In addition, we have a barber shop out of Lebanon that will have a suite style called Blackbeard's. And in addition to that, we've got another use that's like my salon suites that's more for the feminine side. So that'll kind of compose what we have upstairs on the second floor. Very similar to what we did, except a little nicer, and we've learned a whole lot more. Some of the amenities that we're going to offer on the second floor is we're going to have a podcast for the neighborhood that we're going to equip with state-of-the-art equipment. But let's come downstairs. I am talking to a steakhouse. I am talking to a big bad breakfast. I'm a partner with some of the fresh hospitality, fresh restaurant guys. I'm also talking to a number of QSR concepts. We've got Waldo's Chicken that's interested in it. We also have ice cream store that's interested in it. And we have Benji's Bagel out of East Nashville that would like to do a coffee bagel store. And this would be their third location. Thus, I need the drive-through for the CTC zoning as opposed to the OPS. Other than that, we're going to do something like we did at Providence Station, better exterior, a little more upgrade. We'll advance. It'll be well lit, very attractive. And it's all part of our pitch to have the live, work, and play right in the neighborhood. We want to help the neighborhood. We're not adversarial. And so and we're ready to get started on plans. We've committed last week over $100,000 to do the detailed plans on this.
And so the primary reason for the rezone is the drive-through.
For the food.
Right. And you mentioned lighting, and there are residents behind there, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't be overbearing to where.
No, I would be happy to put a buffer zone, an extended buffer zone with a berm with extensive trees. I'm doing another development in Gallatin, and we've got the forest buffering us from the neighborhood. So I'd be willing to offer when we come in with the plans to detail that out. The other thing, as far as the drive-through, it would primarily that would be primarily in the AM for the coffee, and so they'll do some business in the evenings, but it's kind of like a Starbucks. They do 60-70% of their business in the mornings.
And this is attractive because they can either ride in and ride out onto the interstate
Yes, right in, right out
to get to the interstate, headed to
Yeah.
the interstate.
Yeah.
All right. And has there been a traffic study done on any of this yet?
No, there has not been a
Okay.
traffic study.
Would there ever be considered a signal at this place since it's so close to the other one?
That's why, excuse me, I'm sorry. I would love to have a signal at my expense.
What can I get input from
Yes, sir.
Public Works?
I would advise to avoid adding signals in that stretch.
And the reason would be it's too close.
The spacing between the Weston Drive and the Northwest Rutland Drive would be less than ideal, but the queuing that occurs largely due to the school zone would not help with the signal operations. Yeah. Quite frankly, it's a bit of a cluster getting through there.
So do you have any thoughts on the extra traffic in and out of Clearview Drive?
Well, my perspective is the traffic is one of the main attractions of the site. When I bought it 4 years ago, Mount Juliet is from Highway 70 to the interstate. It's approximately 4.2 miles. The different traffic counts, but the traffic counts there are about 32,000 cars a day. And it just depends on, it's busy. There's no doubt about it. That's part of the attraction as a commercial site. And my other feelings, just personal feelings, is if we can't put commercial on a 5-lane road, where in Mount Juliet could we do this? And I ask that very respectfully.
Well, that's all the questions I had. I do think it's prime real estate. I know the residents don't want it. I would support it.
Question for planning. Of the items that he named besides the drive-through, if it was not rezoned, what impact did you pick up on? I'm trying to nail down exactly what the rezone entitles that the OPS does not. Which would
It,
right.
Most impactful differences in this particular.
Any plans for transient habitation?
please define transient.
I think it's a big word for hotels and stuff.
No, there's no, I would agree up front. That's not a hotel site.
Vice Mayor?
So, first of all, thank you for putting all the information out for the residents. Did you by chance, get a chance to sit down or at least like leave an open forum to be able to bring these residents, into a meeting to be able to tell them what's possible to happen?
I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, I mean, these are the things I wish we would have done a little bit pre. So, like as you you know, obviously I'm like, you've been doing a lot of projects here in the city. I think it's important for us to be able to help get this involvement because there was a big, long, I think over an hour's worth of comments that, you know, it's an opportunity for you to be able to have these discussions before we come in here. I think it's important as developers and not just you, sir. I think it's everyone that should be doing this. You know, I took some notes tonight. So, so one of the concerns is sidewalks. Will you have sidewalks on this development?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, like light pollution, I know you kind of briefly touched on that. You know, obviously that's a big factor for these residents when it comes to light pollution, but then also heard the complaint is the roads aren't well lit either. So we got to find a middle point there. So I think it's important for us to be able to simply see if there's an opportunity there, because if these residents, or let's say customers, are going to be going down this road as maybe to be able to, you know, somehow get out of there, right, and be able to avoid Mount Juliet Road, there's got to be some opportunity for well-lit areas for some of these street lights as well. So
all for that, and,
yeah,
and willing to work with staff or the neighborhoods to try to do that.
and this is going to come back a second time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, well, that's if it passes. I'm saying, but I'm sorry. Well, let me read.
Assuming it passes.
Yeah, assuming it passes. Thank you, Commissioner. If this does pass, hopefully we can get this all worked out with staff. Okay. And then the other one, which was,
well,
I'm sorry.
I just want to point out this is a rezone, so I don't know how much of the working out with staff
Oh,
it is.
gotcha.
It's not a PUD.
I understand. Okay.
So it's
That's a good
just,
point.
it's kind of a binary situation here, one way or the other.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any?
No.
Commissioner
never mind.
Hefner?
Thank you, Mayor. It's Groundhog Day. I've been on this board for 5 years, and 5 attempts, and I think maybe 6 that applicants have come forward to try to rezone this property or parcels or all of it. Most recently, all of it somehow was snuck on consent agenda at the Planning Commission, which I caught, thankfully. I'm not sure what it is about this property and what makes it special. And yeah, you may, at the surface, it's on Mount Juliet Road. It's a 5-lane highway, but we have residents that live behind these buildings. We have backyards. We have yards with swings, kids that play in their backyard, and you want to potentially put, or he said it himself, put a drive-through. I mean, that's going to drive traffic off of the interstate. So now, and the applicant said himself, this is only 4.2 miles from the interstate. It's going to drive new traffic to the already 32,000 cars that travel in this property. It's going to drive more traffic off the interstate to come to these fast food or whatever he's proposing. As far as a cut through, it's 100% going to be a cut through from residents coming off of Old Lebanon Dirt Road. So you're adding additional traffic to an already congested Clearview Estates. This needs to stay OPS. As far as light noise, sound noise, would you want to be sleeping in here? Do you want fries with your drink?
And all due respect, Commissioner Hefner.
Well, I hold on. Let me finish. Do you have, first of all, let me ask you a question since you spoke up. Do you have any of these businesses under contract, or are these ones that you're discussing? Because this could change.
It could change.
Well,
but
you're,
I feel pretty good about it.
well, that's feeling pretty good about it and having something codified in writing by these businesses you're saying are going to be here. That could all change tomorrow. These are not under contract.
But to my point, 80% of the uses I described tonight, I can do under OPS zoning. The only, I will agree not to do fast food, and I can't do fast food under CPC zoning.
Well, fast food brings with it a drive-through, and you're needing a drive-through, and that's my concern, and that's the neighbor's concern. The light noise, the noise from the speaker box. You got additional net new traffic that's going to come off the interstate.
But respectful.
Mr. Powers, I'm getting an indication to speak into the mic.
Okay. Respectfully, I can, under OPS zoning, I can do a drive-through, but for financial services. I can put a bank, I can put a financial credit union, I can put a TD Ameritrade. But the only reason for the real need for me to do the CTC zoning was to have the food element. But this project will work with or without the food, that part, the drive-through. It just helps.
So again, we're going to be bringing new traffic to Mount Juliet Road in front of a school. We just had this debate over Mirabella because of the traffic that was going to be the potential impact at West Elementary School. We have 3 West Elementary schools in this area. We have Christian Academy, but we've got an elementary school and a Stoner Creek. So we've got 3 schools, and the traffic that's going to be driven by a coffee shop is going to hit at those peak hours when school is going to be in session. It needs to stay OPS. There's plenty of business uses under OPS, as you alluded to. That'll better serve that area where these residential neighbors of these businesses are going to have to live, and the kids playing in their backyards and
Let me,
everything else.
if I may, Commissioner Hefner, let me address a couple of your points. First point, in my professional opinion, this will not draw traffic off of Interstate 40. What I was referring to is the distance between Highway 70 and Interstate. It's about 4.2 miles, except for this 2,600 lineal feet of that this property is a part of. It's all zoned to CTC. I went back and looked at it with the map. So this project first is not going to draw from Interstate 40. It's a neighborhood project. And I just honestly have a difference of opinion with you.
Yeah. No, I respect your opinion. I hope you respect mine.
I do.
Those folks right there and the ones in District 3, that's who I work for. And I'm going to
understand.
be their advocate, and I hope you can appreciate that. I'm adamantly against it, as I was the other 5 attempts to get this rezoned to CTC in the past 5 years that I've been in this office. And I will continue to fight and advocate for the voices of Clearview Estates, because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with traffic. They're dealing with it now. So I will continue to advocate for it against it. So that's all I have to say. And as far as meeting with the neighbors, Commissioner Trevette, we've been having neighborhood meetings about, not with this particular project, but I know Mayor Manus once had a meeting with Clearview Estates folks when State Farm attempted to do CTC. So we've had these town hall meetings and with the neighbors, and I just leave these folks alone. I mean, come on, give me a break. We'll give them a break. I mean, every year, every 6 months, we just had this come through 2 months ago. This is getting ridiculous.
Commissioner Mullally.
Okay, so did I hear you right that if you didn't put the drive-through, you could build the same exact what you're proposing?
If I don't put a drive-through for a restaurant, I can build the same identical.
Same
building.
exact. So and if that's the case, you wouldn't even have to come before the board. You could get it approved through planning.
Straight zoning.
Yeah, straight zoning. So you could do it. You've got the land use and you've got the zoning. So legally, the city cannot tell you that you cannot put those businesses there. Is that correct? Okay. So the traffic is coming either way.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Is my opinion.
So the only component is the drive-through.
Yeah.
I do have a question that somebody brought up. It had to do with alcohol. Now it's across from the school, and I would think that a steakhouse would want to serve alcohol.
And they would, but as I understand it, the ordinance has been changed. It used to be 500 feet. It's my understanding it's now turned to 100 feet. And when we initially did this, if we're going to put the restaurant on the very hard corner, the steakhouse, we'd had to turn the door. So it was just barely over 500 feet. Now it's not an issue.
Yeah. And I think I brought at the time that this was proposed right after the tornado. I think I brought that up because like a convenience store could go there and sell alcohol if they placed their door on the side in a strategic position so that, and that was before it was changed.
Right.
So I just think it's going to happen either way.
I want to just ask, can a convenience store go there? I didn't look under OPS. Can a convenience store go there under OPS? Okay, so it would have to be CTC for that. You were almost asked in the city attorney something when you looked over there at her. Is that because you were thinking about because it's the land use plan?
Yes, I've already been told that if a developer has land use and rezone, the city cannot legally tell them they cannot build.
I'd like for the attorney to comment on that.
Yeah. Ms. Burnett?
I don't think I'm quite understanding your question, Commissioner.
Well,
if it is straight zoning, we cannot, as long as they comply with all the requirements of that zoning classification, then we cannot tell them that they cannot build.
So I guess that's what I'm asking about is straight zoning.
Are,
Yes.
are you asking if the land use supports it, then are you saying it? Are you indicating there's a requirement that we support the rezone because the land use supports it?
No, I'm just saying if he didn't have any desire to do the drive-through, you wouldn't even have to come before us for your project
That's my
because you would
understanding.
have the land use and you would have the zoning.
Right.
So
Under
the-
OPS.
under OPS.
Under OPS.
So there would be no need for him to come to us.
So the debate's the drive-through.
Yeah, basis is the drive.
No, I'm just saying that if he didn't want the drive-through, he wouldn't even have to come through us. But because
guess
he
I
wants
was
the
asking it like
drive-through.
this: is the rezone is about the drive-through? So the question here is the drive-through or no drive-through is what essentially the rezone allows.
But James, respectfully,
Yes.
if you, OPS would allow me to do a drive-through for a financial institution.
Correct. But we're talking about QSR here, I'm sure.
QSR, yeah.
But
we-
the hours of operation for those businesses.
Let me get your mic, sir.
Okay, probably.
The hours of operation for financial institutions don't go into 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
No,
And
you're correct.
and I don't know anybody that goes to a bank. I mean, there's a few. I go once in a while, but everything is shifted more towards online banking. So I don't think it would drive as much traffic as one of the business uses that you're suggesting that you're going to put there. So a big difference between a bank and a fast food restaurant that's going to have a drive-through. Huge difference.
The coffee.
Well, that's you. There's
Yeah, I would. I mean, everybody knows I would.
He would.
Are you any questions or comments on this?
Well, I thought she
Yeah.
was asking, Mayor, Tara, about if since it meets the land use plan. I don't remember when the land use plan was done. It's how long was that?
Been a minute. I've been around about 8 years, and it predates that. So,
okay.
But you're right. The request that he's asking for, it's the land use supports it. However, if he wasn't doing a drive-through for a restaurant, the other uses he mentioned are all permissible under the current zoning, and that would be a site plan submittal to the planning commission. That would be it. By right zoning, or by right, the uses are allowed by right. It's the rezone does just come down to the fast food drive-through.
Well, I guess what I'm hearing is if I vote for CTC, I vote for a drive-through. If I do vote for this and it stays OPS, you get everything but the drive-through. Jeez, we say it like that.
You get hotel too.
Well, I don't. Yes, it's allowable, but I don't
I
know.
would agree to deed restricted against a hotel.
Yeah,
It's not going to let land.
Trader Joe's is allowable in certain places, and that ain't come either. But hopefully someday. Any other questions or comments? Ready to vote? All right. All in favor of 11C, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nay. So with that, we have 8 more items on the agenda. And I would propose a 15-minute recess. Without objection, we will recess for 15 minutes to 10 p.m. started. I'll call the meeting back to order. Without objection, I would like to read 11E and F together. Hearing no objections, 11E is an ordinance to amend the land use plan for 12.29 acres of property known as Hamilton Reserve, 11 Road, map 53, parcel 44.01, from medium density residential to thoroughfare commercial. 11F, which is an ordinance to rezone the property on Lebanon Road, approximately 12.29 acres, map 53, parcel 44.01, from RS40 to CRC. Motion. I think I heard a second. All right. Any questions or comments on these two? All right. All in favor of E and F, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? E and F do pass on first reading. If there's no objections, we can read G and H together. G is an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet approximately 10 acres of property at Watermark Way, map 73, part of parcel 21, and property being located within the city's urban growth boundary. 11H, which is an ordinance to rezone property located at Watermark Way, approximately 10 acres, map 73, part of parcel 21, from Wilson County R1 to RS20. A motion. Second, any questions or comments? All in favor of G and H, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those do pass. 11I is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, known as the Zoning Regulations Ordinance 2001-29, adopted October 8, 2001, as amended by amending Articles 5, 6, 7, Sections 5103A, 5103-4, 6103A, 6103-3, and 7103A building heights. Motion is second. Questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That does pass. 11J, which is an ordinance to amend Part B of the Land Development Code of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, known as Zoning Regulations Ordinance 2001-29, adopted October 8, 2001, as amended by amending Article Number 9, Section 9106, Access Management. Motion is second. Any questions or comments on 11H? 11J. Yeah. All right. All in favor of 11J, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Does pass. 11K, which is a resolution to amend the city manager's employment agreement previously approved by Resolution 40, 2023. I hear a motion. A motion is second. Commissioner Mullally, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would like to add, because, and maybe we should do this with the city attorney too, but not on this, because all of the staff has annual, evaluations, and the only way we could do yours would be, I guess, in a public setting. It would be hard. I don't know how we would do it other than a public setting. So I think that we should have annual evaluations. There were some issues that came up earlier that we don't get to address other than one-on-one conversations. So I think that we should have annual evaluations for city managers. So I'm open to any certain time of the year, any certain months, any suggestions when that time would be. So I'll go ahead and motion for it. If I can get a second, then we can discuss when it might be.
So you're making a motion for an annual evaluation.
Yeah, for a city manager position.
So is like an agenda item or a workshop or conference call?
It would have to be, I guess, a workshop. It wouldn't be, it would be more of a discussion, I guess. So it wouldn't be anything to put on the agenda.
We'd allow public comment. We'd have to allow public comments so they can.
Yeah. Because otherwise, I don't know how else to address things.
So that was the motion. Was there a second on that? Did you second?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay.
I think it'd be good. You have it before.
Are you finished, Commissioner? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously in this type of position for a city manager, along with a contract, I think 18 months or 24 months would be better, to be honest with you. I mean, 12 months is great, but I think we do cover a lot of space there. So, I mean, that's just my opinion. I think 18 months, would be beneficial just so that way we get usually passed through the budget and then we can move past that because that's usually how things roll. But I'm just sitting there thinking about what we just went through this year. So, 12 months is good. I think 18 months may be better, but I think that's a good baseline. And, like that way, we, look at it as an almost like just that, like any other big company as a CEO, they've got KPIs just like we do, in the private sector. So 18 months, I think is something that, I'd like to be able to throw out there to you, see if you'd consider that one instead. But that's why I second it to get it on the floor to hear, for you to hear my side of things. Just throwing it out there. What are your thoughts? Would you consider 18 months or? Okay.
This was brought up too, and I'm in agreement with you, but I thought this was brought up before about doing an annual review, and I didn't do an annual review. Did anybody else sitting here? Okay.
My action items that I want to work on this year.
Okay.
And my goals.
Okay.
You got to be able to measure against something. If we don't give them direction, then what do you got to measure against? If you
But
don't
the word was we plural, so it was you singular. So my question on that is, I understand, but my question on that is, how can he, what if one of us, if we didn't do it in an open type format, what if we were totally opposite of what you said? So then he's got the conflict to either try to fulfill those goals for you or not for me, or vice versa. You see what I'm saying? So I think we've got a situation where it has to be something more than that. I think that was good too, but I'm not, I mean.
Yep. No, I agree.
So
which is precisely what's the world's greatest job. 5 people asking you to do 5 different things all at the same time in the same budget.
Yeah.
And Mayor, can I comment?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure with all due respect, I'm not sure what's meant by what was said earlier, but I can't speak to what was said earlier. I'm not sure what that's referencing.
Sure either.
But I know that in 36 years I've been here and 14 years I've been doing this job, I'm evaluated every day. I ask constantly, and sometimes people disagree, right? It's going to be a very difficult position to be. I'm not trying to defend myself. I know what I do. I know how much I care, and anybody can say anything. So I'm not sure what's being referenced, that I had never had a one-on-one or even a group conversation publicly. So I don't know what that means, but I'm open to criticism every day, and I get it every day. And if that's what it takes to do a better job, that's great. But I hear that from the citizens too, because I answer to lots and lots of citizens, even more so than the commission. So I'm open to evaluation every day. I'm proud of the work that I've done, that we've done as a city, and I can't speak to nuances and rumors and innuendos. I can only speak to the job I do.
I don't know what was meant by what was said earlier, but probably about every other time we talk, you actively solicit feedback from me. And if I can't speak for everybody, but if I'm wanting the city manager to do anything more than like a one-off task, like I might, for example, hey Kenny, there's a take a picture with your phone, text it to you. There's a dead deer on the road. Not quite sure who to send this to. I mean, that's kind of like the one-off. If I'm getting much bigger than something like that, I'm typically bringing a resolution for people to get buy-in on a direction, like go negotiate for land or this, that, and the other. I mean, those are the kind of stuff. But as far as feedback, I guess I give it. It's just not a formalized process.
I like the individual formalized process and open to it every day.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, do we know what other cities do?
I do not. Yes, sir.
Mayor, it's a combination. Different cities do different things. That's why I have the contract. That's when I first started the contract, it was for every 2 years. And then it went to every 4 years. And then it went to what's called an endless, because at any given time, if the commission is not happy with the work I'm doing, we can part ways. And so that's what I like about that. It's endless. That's what most city managers do now as far as the evaluation process. Many of the ones that I talk to do the same thing. What you do now is either evaluate daily. Nobody at this table, nobody in the room, elected body, including all those I've worked with for the last 36 years, have ever hesitated to pick up the phone and call and tell me how it is. Sometimes I get dressed down for things that necessarily I might not have necessarily even known about, but you've never seen me one time run away from it and not take responsibility for it. And so I get that every day.
No, go ahead.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is just for, like with whatever, like Commissioner Malele was saying earlier. I think it's just something that, and it's not even for you, Kenny, it's more for the position, for the next person, that could be, following up in the next 4 years, that transparency, having that meeting where it's an open forum, where that way we can talk about the goals as the commission. I'm not going to be here possibly in the next, year or so. So, again, it's just however that is to be able to make sure that transparency is there. And that's why I second it tonight, because I did want to make sure that we do have something in place to protect you, the citizens, and the commission, that we're just being transparent, that we're having these discussions, whether just like, these two commissioners discussed, if one likes green, the other one, likes blue. How do you find that middle point, and how are we communicating that to the citizens? So to me, I mean, working in the corporate world, it is good about transparency. So I don't think it's nothing about what you're doing, because believe me, all the conversations that you and I have, I think the only one that I'm going to say publicly, you don't take enough vacation. You're constantly working. You pick up your phone in the middle of the night at 8 o'clock at night. You're texting us at 11. And I appreciate that's what a city manager does. You're on call 24/7, 365. But that life balance, I think, is important also. So I'm going to hold you accountable. I want to see more vacation, as crazy as that sounds. And I'm saying that publicly. But I also want to say this, is that we also want to be transparent to our citizens, which whatever that goals are, if it's red or green, whatever those colors are, we want to be able to say, hey, if it's every 12 months or 18 months, that we at least talk about our goals as a commission, as a city, to make sure what Commissioner Hefner, was talking about tonight, which was supporting his citizens. We want to make sure that we're showing that behind the scenes, what we're doing in front of the scenes too. So I don't think it's about you. I think it's more about the position.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody understood this is the way it's been done.
I know.
Totality of the city. I just
Yes, sir.
consumed the row 14 years ago. And as long as it's not a public flogging and
No.
embarrassment session, if it's getting feedback from the commissioners, I'm fine with that. But you can give me feedback every day as well.
Absolutely.
And I take that every day.
Yes, sir.
I think that what you're probably alluding to, that this would be written in a personnel file. Just like the city manager is going to review the vice city manager on his goals and how he's accomplished and what he's done. And is that what you're referring to, that we have something written in the personnel file?
Yeah, like job performance, not just like whoever's in the position. So like, I assume the deputy city manager, the new role, would receive annual reviews, I'm assuming, as other staff and department heads. So that's kind of where I was going with that. Has more to do with job performance. And I don't know anybody who works harder than you. I mean, you're always available. We talked for a while today, and I asked you some questions, which you addressed.
Yeah.
But again, y'all don't know what they were. It was just a one-on-one. So, yeah,
But did
so
it-
that's more where I was going.
But the things you talked about, did they align with the city charter? His job responsibilities as a whole? Think-
Yeah, job responsibilities.
So I'd say then it's just you voicing your needs. Can I make a suggestion? This is to amend the employee agreement for Mr. Martin. Would it make sense to do that as a standalone resolution? And I would say expand it too, because the Board of Commissioners has two employees that report directly to the board. And one is the city manager and the other is the city judge.
Right.
Would it make sense to do both?
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I really wanted to get, feedback on it, and
Yeah.
would that be an ordinance or
I think we could do it by resolution or ordinance.
Resolution. So it could be brought with both positions, and
Maybe to formalize exactly what we're doing, and
yeah. But
I mean, I don't know, but maybe, like you don't have anything to do, maybe you could do maybe you could, find out about some of the other cities, how they do that, that are governed by a board of commissioners. I mean, we don't expect it to be tomorrow. It's just something that would come, and you could communicate with Jennifer or something about that, and then maybe she could bring that back as whatever resolution or amendment to this, I guess.
Are you speaking to me or the attorney?
No, to the attorney.
Okay.
Do you think that would be I don't know, just discussing.
I can do that. It probably won't be by next meeting because I got a long list of things.
I
to
hope
do,
it's not
but-
by next meeting.
Well, there may be some information already out there from MTask.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, a lot of cities do all different things. I mean, Kenny's correct that some don't do it at all. Some do it because the city manager gets annual raises. So that's how he or she gets his annual raise. Actually, a lot of them are based on that. A lot of city managers get annual raises. So that's where the performance evaluation comes in. And some just do it just so that way everyone, to Malali's point, or somebody's point, I can't remember who, so that way he's not getting different feedback. It's just all across the board. So to pick what other cities do would probably be kind of difficult. It's kind of just what the board wants.
Mr. Martin?
Here, one last thing. Since the only reason this was on here, which I'm not opposed to, I don't have a problem with feedback at all, as long as it's constructive. I think Commissioner Hefner and I talked about this a while back, and I brought something before the commission, and I got the direction I needed, which helps. It needs to be more, because as you can imagine, with multiple commissioners, you get pulled in multiple directions, you get pointed in multiple directions, and everybody wants something different sometimes. And it's a slippery slope from trying to please everybody all the time. So my thing, I don't have a problem with that as long as it's directive and thing. Just because somebody agrees with an action I take doesn't make it mean it's wrong. There's lots of decisions you make as a city manager that aren't going to make people happy. There's lots of even recommendations you make that aren't going to make people happy. So the only reason it was on there is because we were making the adjustment with the pay because we're bringing on a full-time deputy. So at the very least, I would ask for a vote of confidence from this body tonight. I'm fine with doing whatever going forward, so I can set my heart and mind at ease of how this commission feels about me at the moment.
that, if it's suggested that we come back with a separate resolution to combine the two positions, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I just thought it was appropriate here since it was on the agenda and we're talking
That's
about
what prompts you to
contract.
think of it.
So if that seems to be the consensus, then I can pull the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're back on 11K then. Is there any? Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'm just asking for that vote of confidence.
Yeah. 11K. Any other questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Any opposed? That passes. Well, the final item on the agenda is 11L, a resolution approving grants by the City of Mount Juliet as previous budgeted in Section 2025-2026 Budget Ordinance 2025-35. Motion second. We got a motion second this time. Okay, good. Any questions or comments? Oh, we do. We'll start with Commissioner Hefner.
And I did ask our city attorney this earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and just mention it so it's out there now. So this failed at the last board meeting, failed to obtain a second. So I asked our city attorney, why is this back on the agenda if it failed to get a second? And your answer was, which is very appropriate.
I don't remember what my specific answer was, but it wasn't basically a lack of a second is not an official action by the board. So it wasn't officially denied. So, I mean, really without objection, it's fair to come back.
I guess you could also done a motion to reconsider it since it's the next meeting too.
For a motion to reconsider, though, it has to be someone from the winning side, and we didn't have that.
Well, the people who didn't second one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause we have failed on lack of a second, other regulations, ordinances, resolutions. We failed them on. So I was just wondering why this just automatically came forward and some of those others didn't when they failed to obtain a second. So
I think the short answer is it had a sponsor to put it back. I suppose if anybody has objections to it being on here.
no,
Okay.
asking why it was put on.
Gotcha.
Just asking for some clarification.
I'm glad no one does because we'd all be scrambling through the rule book.
Well, since I was the one that motioned last time, should I make a motion for reconsideration?
We're on the floor. I don't hear any objections to hearing it. So
Okay. All right.
I've got the spreadsheet pulled up here. So, Commissioner Giles.
Yeah, so I've got a situation that I was also talked to the city attorney about since I'm in one of these organizations. So I would, I don't know what to do. I don't know to vote or not to vote. So I don't want it to look like I'm not in supportive of this. I think it's a great thing that we do to give, just like tonight, some of these people that came up here and commented. One specifically I know because I get to go and serve with them on Rotary sometimes when we do help with their meals and so so it's the great organizations, but I'm in one of these organizations. So I'm asking the board, what do you think that I should do? Because I want a consensus of should I be able to vote for this or not?
Do you have a financial benefit or financial gain? I think
I don't know. No, wait a minute.
You have a financial gain from any of these entities that you're a member of?
Yes. Yes, I didn't even think about that. I sure do. Yes. Yes.
I think you would have to. I think he should state then why he's abstaining. Is that correct?
I'll have to abstain. I'm so glad you asked that because it would have been by ignorance because I totally forgot. Because my company does, and it's friends of Mount Juliet BPAC. And I don't mind to disclose this. This is we're totally.
What does he need to do to be legal here on this?
If it is an actual conflict of interest, so it involves a contract, then you have to abstain from voting. If it's just a personal interest, then you just have to state what the interest is.
No, it'd be financial. So I have to leave the table, don't I?
That's just for planning commission. You just have to abstain and say why.
Okay. So that's all right though. I probably could. I will just do it because I do it. I mean, anybody that's watching know it's just because of that. So
how would you personally benefit?
Because my company pays me commissions, and when we sought our insurance, we got bids, and they decided, and I didn't vote on this because obviously they decided. I think I'm right on this. We insure a lot of stuff, but that they took one of the quotes for insurance because we've got insurance, and so in fact, I don't serve on anything unless you do except the city, D&O and stuff. So, I would get a financial gain. I'm sure I give it back to them.
Your company provides insurance for Friends of Mount
Yes,
Juliet. Oh, I
yes.
see. Okay.
Yes, sure does. I mean, it's not much, but even if it's a penny, I want to disclose it. I mean, it's a little, it doesn't cost very much for
It's, you met the letter of the law at this point.
I mean, my recommendation is always going to be just abstain to be safe.
I
'Cause
will.
then there's not an issue.
But he said everything he needs to say.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
that's what I'm
sorry,
getting
but I
at.
mean, I want to disclose everything. I mean, this is, so.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
So obviously it'd be great to be able to just go ahead and say, yes, I think this would be awesome. If we had it in our budget, just go ahead and just go back with the full physical year here for the request. If I'm reading this correctly, the 2025 is the request, 2025, 2026 is the request. Is that correct? And what we paid last year, which was approved for the 2024, 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
So with the fact that our city manager's over here counting, in a sense, I would say not pennies, but still looking for dollar bills. I mean, obviously, I'd like to hear if the board would consider just keeping the same financial contributions for the 2024, 2025 in order to meet those, and then we could discuss for the four new line items. I mean, like we didn't even have it in the budget to pay our city. I mean, like our staff a certain amount, for all that, and I think that'd be a consideration. So I guess I'd be making a motion for that. Is that the proper?
You can obviously make a motion for that, but I think there's something unique, and Kenny, maybe you can comment on it. The RTA commuter, that increase. There's something about that. I just don't know the details.
Yes, that one's unique. They asked all the municipalities in Wilson County, including the county, to contribute more. And so I told them I'd bring that forward. But what I did ask them is because we're somewhat limited on what we can do at Veterans Park on the property. And I felt like the city, if we were going to step up and give more money, we deserve to have more leadway in what we can do on the property. Because now the way it's set up is every time there's some type of event, you're supposed to call down to the RTA and seek permission. And to be honest with you, I think the city stepped up and beyond in multiple ways. We maintain the property. We take care of the property. It was an arduous process. It took a couple of years to get the clock tower approved on that property. So they've sent an email back, and I've got to respond to that email. It's taken a little while to get that information from them. And what we were thinking is something like a gazebo or a pavilion for picnics, or adding some park benches just to dress up that corner where we can use it more than just for the annual tree lighting ceremony. I haven't got that yet, so we wouldn't give them that contribution until we had that in hand. And that would be only up to the commission to increase that amount.
But wouldn't that be a resolution that you can bring that back after you get the confirmation? I'm sorry, a budget amendment. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And that's why we put it in the budget, is because
This amount, the 476 is budgeted, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. So
Before you make a motion,
Okay.
this total was budgeted. It was only a matter of allocation. Okay, so the budgeted amount is not in question. We passed that. We
So the grand
passed the
total?
amount.
The 608?
Yeah,
No.
the total, it was passed at budget.
Oh, the
So
476.
this is only a
Okay.
matter of allocation.
Okay. I apologize. Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
on that.
yeah, my next question would have been, is this balance going back to the general fund? That was what was going to happen.
Submitted for approval. I see what you're saying now.
I would. I think I would like, I said think because I'm going to ask for feedback on it if it gets a second. But I will make a motion that if we pass this with the 72,000 for the RTA, that 42,000 of that be held pending the outcome of your endeavors with the agreement with the RTA. To go ahead and do the 30,000 that we've done, but to not allocate the additional 42,000 until that allocation is, or to that agreement is in hand. Or we got a second. Any comments, questions? All right. All in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So, city manager, that will empower you to see that through to the finish. Anything else? We ready to vote?
Question.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
The question here, it's still, it looks like Wilson County United Soccer League. Was there any discussion that from the city manager? Is this the first time that that they've requested it, or were they always there, or?
Yes. Can I answer? Sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner, what do you have?
Yes. To answer your question, yes. And
Which one?
this
The
was brought
first
up at
time, or
first
just the
reading.
one? Okay.
And Commissioner Giles did what was it? Budget
amendments.
ordinance to give them $5,000. And so that failed. We voted on it and it failed because the money is just not there. It's
Okay.
not. That would come out of our reserves.
I see.
And it makes no sense.
I agree.
So
Okay.
feeling bad about them, I feel bad about them, but you can't function a budget on how you feel. The money just is not there.
Is it possible to take, and I hate to say this, but to take 5,000 away from the basketball fund?
No.
It's 37,000 and take
No,
5,000 over
it's
to the
not.
soccer?
That money is needed. That is allocated per, if you, per, what is it? Enrollment per participant.
Is that what that is?
So absolutely not.
And that's the same thing for the baseball for
No.
72,000? Okay. I'm just asking because again,
But I think that was the basis for the Wilson United Soccer League to make their request, was that same ordinance per participant or whatever.
Yes. And they have,
Which
I don't
which
have
think
my
we need
notes.
to go back and address that.
They have a lot of participants, a lot. And look at what they're asking for. They're asking
Oh, I
for
know.
$46,000.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of participants.
Yeah.
So
And are they all
to
in
take
Wilson
from the
County?
other sports organizations would
Yeah.
not be fair.
I understand. Okay. So we'll have to just consider this for next year then. okay?
Sure.
Yep. I understand. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
All right, we ready to vote? All in favor of the resolution as amended once, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That does pass. The last item on our agenda is an adjournment. And lack of, without a objection, we are adjourned. Hearing none,